Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. O dust, have faith according to the term of this life's lease, ere the corrupting worm have power to destroy the dust thou art, ere the dark rust of death can clog the engine of thy heart. Great is thine honour, though thou walk in night, for fringes of thy darkness feel the light which was ordained to be when God the just, from shadow shaping thee, put trust in dust. Poem by Lawrence Houseman. Chapter 1. The Dangers of Curiosity. O loveless, hateless, past the sense of kindly-eyed benevolence, to what tune danceth this immense? Hardy, The Dynasts. I choose for the first act of my comedy the spectacle of a complete freedom, cruelly mated with an unquenchable curiosity. Such a liberty, clearly impossible to those who are fettered by the illusions of sense, is no natural prerogative even of the intangible and spiritual populations, constrained by the unceasing pull and push of that love which moves the worlds. These are drawn forward to the joys of a selfless adoration, or downward to the weary miseries of individual self-fulfilment, those eternally opposing attitudes which an old-fashioned and clear-sighted theology has crudely classified as heaven and hell. This is the story of a being, a thing, a spirit if you will, who loved nothing and therefore was free. It wished to serve neither its own interests nor those of the supernal light, and had no aim, only an aching inquisitiveness. Now the itch to know, coupled with the inability to care, produces there as here that restless and unsociable disposition which we classify as the result of an imperfect and egotistical education. There as here it of course frustrates itself, since those who do not love can never understand. Hence this thing which was free was also ignorant and very wretched. The essence of its wretchedness was that because its ignorance and curiosity, had never been born, they could never die. They existed in the unchanging idea, without hope of release. Fortunately it did not know this, for a spirit is as unable to conceive ending as man to conceive endlessness. This something, then, was alive and utterly alone, with a loneliness that is only possible to the disinterested and discarnate. There was nothing for it to do, since it could neither create, combine, nor destroy. It could think, but possessed no medium of self-expression, no apparatus by which it could be linked up with other lives, for it did not love, and being immaterial, lacked the senses, those oblique and clumsy substitutes for love, by which men reach out toward each other's souls. It came storming through eternity, through the crystalline spaces of that which is spaceless, and down the immeasurable periods of that which transcends time. It was isolated, energetic, and desirous of adventure, hungry, restless, and alert, a very vagrant of the invisible. Avid of all knowledge, it perceived with a certain enjoyment the general movement and direction of things, the mighty figures of that dance of angels at which philosophy has tried to peep. But in the midst of the great pageant which the uncreated has dreamed for his own delight, it suffered a crescent and incessant irritation because of its own lack of understanding. The figures of the dance might be comprehensible, but the steps defied analysis. This uninstructed and therefore sceptical observer was angrily aware of certain complicated knots, turbulent manifestations of being, which rudely disturbed the symmetry of the whole. These he could not explain to himself, for they were ugly, disorderly, irrelevant, because they were inexplicable, because he held them to be infringements of the plan. They attracted whilst they disgusted him. He wondered and watched, forgot himself in the occupation, a dangerous business for egotists of every grade. Hence there was born a moment in which he saw the many worlds and planes of being, which from the standpoint of eternity are perceived under an aspect of great and serene simplicity, interpenetrating one another, and the world of matter, turbulent and many-tinted, crossing them all. Deep in this world of matter he identified that lawless and inconsistent element which had disturbed his first placid classification of things. It was the faint, distressful cry of life, which came in a wailing cadence from that writhing, tossing corner of the dream, and broke the profound silence of reality. Within this disagreeable and meaningless maze of noise, chaos, corruption, he presently perceived the earth as a peculiarly hideous and unresting tangle, an irreducible blot upon that perfect process of evolving will whose shadow is the universe. He saw it teeming with horrible little organisms, which devoured one another in their ceaseless effort to preserve a visible and independent life, but, in spite of all their care and cruelty, broke down after a few moments of meaningless activity, and were dissolved into the dust from which they had come. The sight was at once fascinating and revolting. He wondered incessantly and with a growing irritation why being should manifest itself like that. Hence the image of the earth expanded until it filled his horizon in a fashion that he knew to be absurd. His consciousness was concentrated upon it, and the great and free vision slipped away from him, as happens to us when we turn from the largeness of landscape to contemplate the inexplicable civilization of the hive. Thus this stupendous victim of petty curiosity, growthless, sexless, eternal, brooded over that absurd paradox of creation, a temporal world founded upon the considerations, supported by the illusions, of matter, growth, and sex. He heard the thud and surge of life which echoed through it, and gazing into its heart, saw the countless souls that clustered upon its surface, each locked inexorably within the transparent walls of the flesh. These he could understand, for they too were spirits, sexless and solitary things. Being as yet impervious to the false suggestions of appearance, he was peculiarly susceptible to the currents which swayed them, circulating in and about the visible world, the subtle movements of expansion and contraction, the loves and hates of the entangled souls. He felt the curious withdrawal, like the ebbing of a strong tide, with which many drew back from life, refused it, as if dreading the impact of their waves of being against its shattering cliffs. He felt the deadening stagnation of those others, unconscious of life, who drifted through it inert. Here and there he felt the pull of a vortex of power amongst these negative forces, the eager vitality of those true lovers of life who accepted it, rejoiced in it, making a whirlpool in the spiritual sea. Crossing all these, there was still another influence by which he was bewildered and abashed. Out of the turmoil, dragged or distilled from it, as it seemed by the very conflict of the idea with the horrible enigma of material things, there was poured forth a strange ecstasy, a vivid and penetrating love, which pierced its way to the very heart of that divine reality whose calm, as he had ignorantly thought, was disturbed by the fretfulness of the world which lay upon its breast. This love passed easily by the status of those spiritual orders to which he belonged, and merged itself in that end of being for which all creation hungers eternally. That such splendour and such fragrance should come from this loathsome and complicated dance of beauty and ugliness, growth and decay, was an exasperating paradox, an indication of essential lawlessness, which he watched with disapproval, yet with a growing fascination. He could not understand it, could not leave it alone. It excited him, as life excites the virgin who watches it with amazement and distrust. But presently the nemesis of the specialist overtook him. The transparent cell walls thickened beneath his curious gaze, and hid the dwellers within. The illusion of solidarity surged mist-like across the landscape, dimming his sight. He had drawn too near, and could no longer see the life in its depths. That life was surely there, and the adorable idea behind it, but looking sedulously at the disconcerting appearance, its ineptitude, its cruelty, its unrest, he lost that consciousness of the idea which is the prerogative of the spiritual life. He was caught in the chains of his own inquisitiveness, and, weighted by those chains, sank from plane to plane of perception, ever narrowing the field of vision as he fell. The desire to know, that mortal enemy of the power to be, had forced him to accept the illusions that he despised. He was slowly and inevitably pressed into their deeps, concentrated in spite of himself on one point in the turmoil where, as it seemed, a tiny and individual fight was going on. There was a little furry thing that lived, and an agonized spirit which looked out at him through two green windows, solitary in the midst of all the other life, and greatly frightened. Something in the furry bag which held the spirit hurt dreadfully. He wondered what it could be, and why the prisoner within should mind so much. Whilst he was still absorbed in his own curiosity and the strangeness of this experience, there was a struggle and a tremor that passed over the bag of fur, and then a faint cry. The light left the green windows, a small matter in itself, but bringing to this immortal watcher the appalling knowledge of things that could come to an end. "What a loathsome dream I am looking at," he said, and very naturally he determined forthwith to cease this foolish looking at a nasty and unprofitable world. He turned toward the great spaces, the empty and majestic real. But the real had withdrawn beyond his range. Then horror fell on him, and with it an utter helplessness, for he perceived that he could not leave off looking at the dream, because he was no longer looking, he was there. A cry came from him, a very bitter cry of wrath and fear. "Ah, what has happened? I am caught! I cannot get away!" He had seen death, and suddenly felt on him the weight of the strange and dreadful fetters of mortality. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. How something came from somewhere. Une pratique, même superstitieuse, même insensée, est efficace parce que c'est une réalisation de la volonté. Eliphas Lévy, Rituel de la haute magique. Any practice, even if it is superstitious, even if it makes no sense, can be effective just because it is an expression of the will. Within the bookshop, a dusty darkness was made noticeable by the existence of one low-lying patch of light. At 10 p.m. business hours were long over, and the place revenged itself upon intrusion by the uncanny air of peopled solitude, the suggestion that all trespassers will be prosecuted, with circumstances of occult terror, which lurks in empty houses, deep forests, and solitary shrines. Commerce was cast out, and 7 other devils took her place. A woman stood within the patch of light, and also within a small circle which she had traced with charcoal upon the imperfectly scrubbed floor. She seemed a healthy and a solid woman, body and brain well balanced, soul asleep. She was studying a stained and coarsely printed duodecimo which lay upon the desk beside her. It was a rare old English translation of the Grand Grimoire, which, having recently been rebacked with new brown morocco by strenuous and unsympathetic hands, was now kept open with difficulty by a heavy stamp moistener and 2 bulldog letter clips. The light was produced by 2 candles of that brownish-yellow wax which Catholics always burn about the biers of their dead. Since the agents of death and birth are always one, it is hardly strange that these should be the lights assigned by antique tradition to help the incoming of another life. The candles stood upon the floor. With the spot on which the woman was, they marked the point of a triangle which had been carefully drawn within the charcoal ring. Hence they at once proclaimed themselves as instruments of ceremony, not of illumination, belonging rather to the saucerful of incense, the little pan of charcoal that stood on the gas stove, than to the daily apparatus of ledger, order book, and publishers' catalogues which crowded the neighbouring desk. A small mirror hung high up between the bookshelves. It was tilted forward, giving an excellent view of the floor. The flames of the candle were reflected in it, two shining points exhibiting with a horrible thoroughness the vast and lonely dusk in which they shone. Thus seen, winking and glittering out of the greyness, they seemed intimately, unpleasantly alive, and Constance Tyrrel, in spite of a sound classical education and much inherited and carefully fostered common sense, felt them to be watchful personalities, companions full of eerie suggestion, poisoning her essential solitude by their hint of terrible companionship. She began instinctively to calculate the shortest possible time in which her present business could be accomplished. Then, detecting in this operation the first symptom of oncoming panic, she deliberately looked away from the mirror and again forced her attention to the grimoire and to the grotesque and varied objects which were ranged upon her desk, ready for use. There was a piece of cardboard on which the pentagram, the tetragrammaton, and the caduceus had been traced by coloured inks according to the recipe of Eliphas Levi. Symbols in outline are seldom impressive, and I am afraid that this talisman had failed to affect her imagination as it should. She hung it upon her breast with a piece of string, and, noting the effect, wondered whether this were or were not the ancestor of her scapular. There was also a forked hazel twig, its tips covered with little thimbles of steel, the magician's wand. She took it in her hand, and, staying always within the circle, reached out for the pan of charcoal and placed it on the ground before her. The childishness of these proceedings would have amused her had it not been for the intense silence, the loneliness of the bookshop, its dim uncertain corners, and the horrible impression of looking out into infinite and cruel darkness, only possible to those who stand in a restricted patch of light, which she received when she raised her eyes from the ground. This darkness was made the more hateful by its very incompleteness, by the radiant mirror which swam out from it, reflecting the two candle flames like the glowing eyes of some vigilant animal eternally imprisoned in its depths. Now and then she heard footsteps in the street, the rattle and the hoot of a motor, the barking of dogs. These noises reminded her that she was shut in with another world, another century, where she could claim no aid but that afforded by her own curiosity and courage. She took a little incense from her saucer and threw it on the charcoal. The perfumed smoke ascended in a thick white cloud, veiling the disconcerting mirror and the surrounding bookshelves, inappropriately filled with county histories, educational works, and cheap reprints. It placed itself between Constance and these objects of her daily toil, shut her more closely within her undertaking. She was in the midst of it now. This visible sign of transcendental ambitions assured her of that. Its scent in her nostrils assured her, too, of the solemnities of the undertaking. It lapped her into the atmosphere of ceremony, opened vistas of dream. She turned with a new confidence to the grimoire, and began to read aloud the ritual of conjuration. It was her first attempt to force the lock of that door, which has no key. Ego Constantia conjuro te per Deum vivum, per Deum virum, per Deum sanctum, et regninatum. She said it bravely, yet in the very act of reading her judgment sat aloof. It refused to capitulate before the fragrance, the darkness, the amazing phrases. It reminded her that the thing was silly, whilst her imagination murmured that the words were at any rate stupendous. She read them, this long elaborate spell, in the high-pitched, shaky and shame-stricken voice of one who rehearses some pretentious piece of rhetoric alone and dreads the mortification of being overheard. Also, to speak clearly, seemed almost an acknowledgment that there was, after all, something present to which she could speak. It was an act which peopled the dusky corners of the shop with terrible presences. She shivered a little, and forgot to attribute her discomfort to self-suggestion or overstimulated nerves. She kept her eye fixed upon the grimoire, lest they should meet in the mirror the reflection of some life other than her own. With each fresh phrase of the strange chant, the majestic appeal to the invisible peoples, intangible powers, the suspicion that this life awaited the opening of her eyes, increased. Te exorciso et nunc et sine mora appareas mihi juxta circulum pulchra et honesta, anime et corporis forma. She paused. She wondered whether she really desired this terrific result, conceived its possibility. The smoke had cleared a little, and she could detect the opposite side of the shop and the glint of some unpleasant scarlet bindings, standard English novels and half-rowan with decked edge. Everything was very quiet. Her nervousness had passed away. Nothing happened. Constance discovered herself to be disappointed. She believed nothing, and was therefore the more ready to believe anything, having all the transcendental curiosity of the true materialist. Her present undertaking was either perilous or absurd. She was not disposed to take either of these risks for nothing. Her fighting instincts were aroused. If success were possible, she would not forego it. Hence the last clauses of the incantation came from her lips, with an imperious ring, which was appropriate enough to that superb procession of divine names by which the student of magic really compels himself to exaltation, whilst he purports to be compelling the spirits of the air. Per nomina maxima Dei Deorum, Dominus Dominatium, Adonai Tetragrammaton Jehovah, O Theos Athanatos, Iskiros Hagios Pentagrammaton Shade, O Theos Athanatos, Tetragrammaton Adonai, Iskiros Athanatos Shaddai, Kados Eloi Hagios, O Theos Athanatos, Adonai, Adonai, Adonai. The final phrases echoed through the empty shop in a wild and appealing cry which she hardly recognized as her own, thus recited fresh from the book by one who knew nothing of its cipher, the necessity of discovering the truly secret words beneath their concealing signs. It would have sounded absurd enough in the ears of a professional occultist, but on this woman's lips it was at once a prayer and a command. She perceived for the first time why it was that these eccentric substantives were known as words of power. Their curious rhythms rose, as it were, to waves, inexorable waves of sound, which battered the cliff of uncreated things. As she ceased, she realized that she was intensely fatigued, the overpowering fatigue of a person who has worked beyond her strength and feels every limb to be invaded by the languors of her brain. It seemed to her, too, that the shop had become very cold. Evidently a gusty wind had arisen outside and found its way under the ill-fitting door, for the two candle flames flickered suddenly, as if blown sharply toward her, then righted themselves and burned steadily again. Nothing happened. At the end of the evocation, said the grimoire, if the spirit which is conjured by the magus still fails to appear, the operator will place the steel tips of his wand upon the burning brazier and make the last and most violent assault upon the unseen world, the mighty and primitive spell called the Clavicle of Solomon. And be ye not afraid, adds the rubric, though ye shall hear the loud cries and groans of the spirits who are now being forced to appear within the circle of the earth. Constance had read these directions and this warning with some amusement during her furtive studies of the occult. upon a sunny afternoon in early spring, in the interval of serving a lady addicted to the literature of the higher health and a curate who wished to read Pierre Louis for reasons unconnected with French prose, she had found its careful encouragements quaint and delightful. Now, oddly enough, she turned at once, though with a certain tremulousness, to look for the page upon which the strange syllables of the clavicle were drawn within their encompassing sign. She did it naturally and inevitably, as if it were now impossible to abandon this adventure whilst any path remained untried. But as she searched by the feeble light of her candles, the tightly bound leaves of the little book escaped from fingers which were no longer very steady in their grasp. It shut itself with a snap, and she caught sight between two fly-leaves of a tiny slip of paper so thin that a breath was needed to disengage it from the page on which it lay. There were on it a few lines of faded writing and many curious signs. In her rather hasty collation of the grimoire she had not seen this paper. Now, because she was eager and somewhat disheartened by her non-success, wide-eyed toward all chances of adventure, she took it from its place, held it to the light, and deciphered with difficulty the opening words. "Lo, my beloved son and very dear disciple, I bequeath to thee this grimoire, the companion of my labours, wherein are faithfully set forth the true rituals of magic, together with all things needful for the prosecution of that most divine experiment on which thou art set, to wit, the word, the sign, and the way. Guard well that secret knowledge, remembering the 4 oaths of thy initiation: to dare, to will, to learn, and to conceal. But as to this book, have no fear lest the profane and those unlearned in philosophy discover aught therein, since, even as the ark within the temple, all truth here dwells behind a veil, which veil the priests of the hidden wisdom alone may pass." Here followed the 3 lines of cabalistic figures which Constance could not read. At the side there was a gloss in tiny writing: "Nota. Take heed that thou dost not forget to sing rightly, and according to the manner of the adepts, these most powerful and all holy names of God, and the great key of Solomon, our master, for it is very certain that upon the due observance of this matter the whole virtue of thine evocation doth depend." She replaced the paper in the grimoire, feeling herself to be little enlightened, for she had no knowledge of that right singing of the adepts which it held essential to the work. However, she turned to the clavicle, and laid the metal tips of her wand upon the brazier carefully and efficiently, as if she were busied over some intricate operation of cookery, as accurate in her ritual actions as any priest before the altar of his god. She glanced at the mirror, and saw reflected in it her own face. The candles lit it from below, casting peculiar shadows upon the eye sockets and chin. It seemed a stranger's face, white, peering, curious, and amazed. The contours which gave it its workaday expression of responsibility and common sense had disappeared. She began to read, and now, to her amazement, a third and almost horrible change came over her voice. It was no longer the shamefaced muttering thing of a person who suspects her own absurdity, had no more the sharp pitch of overstrung but undefeated nerves. Constance now was impelled to chant in a loud tone and with a grave intense and crescent determination the strange old Hebrew spell. The words drew from her, she knew not for what reason, a long and rhythmic cry, a wailing music, with curious ululative prolongations of the vowel sounds. It came from some obscure corner of her spirit, which thus found for the first time a language suited to its needs. She had ceased to be self-conscious, and was far away from the bookshop, her whole will pressing against the barriers of an experience which, as she had gradually and automatically come to believe, was close to her hand. And as the walls of Jericho fell before the persistent trumpets, so under the assault of her cry this barrier seemed to tremble. "Therefore appear, lest I continue to torment thee with the words of power of that great Solomon thy master. The stream of strange and twisted syllables, the unearthly wailing song, the rhythms which made no appeal to the ear of sense, rose and lifted her with them, then gathered the whole strength of her spirit for the supreme statement of exalted and illuminated will. Messias soter Emmanuel Sabaoth Adonai, te adoro et invoco. Her eyes were upon the mirror as she ended, and still it reflected her own strained face, but no other. There was no other hand laid on her shoulder, no veiled form. But there was surely something in the mirror which she had not seen before. She saw a tiny disturbance on the ground, close beyond the edge of the charcoal ring, as if the draught that blew beneath the door had disturbed a little pile of dust. It rose in the air a little way and hung there like a cloud. The thing was natural enough, for there is always plenty of dust in a bookshop. Nevertheless, the small movement in the dusk had jogged Constance's weary nerves. She watched it, fascinated, longing all the while to look away, and as she watched, a fresh wave of overmastering fatigue came over her, and with it, of course, a sudden gust of fear. She knew that in the impossible event of a spiritual manifestation, she had but to conquer her will, to lay her hand upon the pentagram and command the presence to obey, not to intimidate its conjurer. But it takes great confidence in the unseen to attribute to supernatural causes a phenomenon which may well have been produced by a draughty door. She stared and struggled with a rising pulse and feelings of great discomfort in her throat. Meanwhile the little column of dust rose with a curious spiral motion, as if it were impelled from within. It hung in the air, a grey, faint, cobwebby thing, and then she heard the crying of a sad and frightened voice, which said, "Ah, what has happened? I am caught. I cannot get away." And again an inarticulate cry that came in a rising cadence of anguish and dread. She exclaimed, "My God, what is it? What have I done?" The sound of her own voice, harsh and uncertain, convinced her that the other voice had not been heard by the outward ear. She turned from the mirror and looked with horror at the floor. The column of dust had disappeared. The candles burned clearly in the dusk. Then she remembered that she was quite alone, that there was nothing more to do, nothing that she could do. It was late, and she longed to be away. She went to the back of the shop and switched on the electric light. It seemed an almost impious proceeding after all that had passed. But the nice commonplace click and the immediate radiance comforted her. She extinguished her ceremonial candles, packed away wand, pentagram, and incense in her little leather bag, and carefully rubbed the circle from the floor. The physical exercise restored her to a sense of her own largeness, healthiness, solidity. She forgot the imaginary voice and remembered the real world. She left the bookshop, locking the door behind her. She held the keys, for Mr. Lambton was of a slothful disposition, and left his manager as many responsibilities as he could. She was glad to be out in the air again, and looked forward to a brisk walk through lighted streets. At this moment the mud and motor omnibuses, the drizzling rain that fell, were familiar and delightful things, freckles on the beloved face of life. There was a dead kitten in the gutter, a little bag of fur. She stepped back when she saw it and crossed the road lower down. She was not a squeamish woman, but this was hardly the moment for dead things. It was evidently true, as Eliphas Levi had said, and modern occultists agreed, that magical operations did have some curious effects upon the mind. She could not recover her normal poise. Things wore an unusual air, and she was an alien amongst them. She decided that she would go to bed early. She was not in the mood for sitting alone that night. She had yet to realize that she would never be alone any more. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. Chapter 3. Furnished Lodgings. Now I know that the walls of sense that seemed so impenetrable, that seemed to loom above the heavens, and to be founded below the depths, and to shut us in for evermore, are no such everlasting impassable barriers as we fancied, but thinnest and most airy veils that melt away before the seeker, and dissolve as the early mist of the morning about the brooks. Arthur Machen, The House of Souls. In common with the many persons who have some imagination but small taste for metaphysics, Constance had conceived of the invisible world as situated somehow in the air, crisply defined within its own frontiers, and amenable to the usual classifications of geography. Its inhabitants were as safely bestowed as the inhabitants of the zoo. They were behind strong bars of natural phenomena, and could not get out. The spirit world of the old and the astral plane of the new occultists each suggested to her separate cages into which the curious might sometimes look. This woman had the mania of adventure, and few opportunities of gratifying her taste. For years she had moved within the dull boundaries of a wage earner's existence, which she abhorred but could not overpass. Once she had explored the deeps of life. Now heights and deeps alike seemed shut from her. She longed for a new landscape, experience, danger. Hence her sudden excursion into life's uncharted outskirts, those building estates which the spirit of man has not yet decided to develop. Though she was, in her own opinion, wholly free from superstition, she had thought it possible that by deliberate recourse to the self-hypnotizing ceremonial of the old magicians, she might at any rate peep into the strange wild district beyond the barriers of sense. For much that is obviously absurd when ascribed to the agency of unforeseen forces becomes acceptable to the educated mind if interpreted in terms of psychology, explaining the human soul with that precision which is so sadly lacking in the Pentateuch. This science had taught Constance that the release of her subliminal powers was all that was necessary if she wished to perceive the unknown but strictly natural world beyond the threshold as an interesting extension of the known. If you see in your incantation a method of shifting the field of consciousness, and call your magic wand an otoscope, these things no longer seem silly, but take their place as part of the cosmic plan. A careful study of the work of Professor James had further convinced her that some forms of credulity are still compatible with self-respect. But the result of her temporary will to believe, and of the experiment which it had prompted, was, as she now felt, profoundly unsatisfactory. She was left in complete doubt as to whether or no the invocation had worked, and the sceptical state, so convenient when its object is the dogma of a too strenuous religion, is very uncomfortable when applied to an individual ghost. If her conjuration had indeed released supernatural powers, if it were true that something had happened, the inner eye had been opened upon a hidden plane of being, then she had seen what? An unmeaning and horrible interference with that solid earth and those respectable laws of nature which she preferred to take for granted, a column of dust that mounted and hung in the air as if endowed with some incomprehensible life. The thought of it, of the intimate and unnatural thing, was more dreadful than any phantom could have been. It seemed to make all things unsafe. She decided that it could not, must not be true. Science came to the assistance of its child, and helped her to put a proper interpretation on an adventure which refused to square itself with any known theory of the unseen, but ranged itself easily amongst the accredited varieties of optical and auditory hallucination. To look at it in any other way would have been too horrible. To connect the strange and tormented voice which, as she assured herself, she had not really heard, with that vision of the writhing, twisting, misty yet living thing which rose one knew not how, and vanished one knew not where. This was to knock the bottom out of all her past experience, to acquiesce in the unreality of all real things, even of life. Constance adored life. She had clutched it and been stung by it, but in spite of this rebuff she remained its lover, adoring the wonders which she never tasted, passionately credulous of charms which she was not permitted to enjoy. The world which she lived, unconscious of life, as children sit upon the knee of their mother and play indifferently with little toys, never pausing to look into her face. This normal, practical, earning and spending world had always seemed strange to her, its scales of values unreal and remote. She had silently refused to acknowledge that scale of values, the importance of demeanour and propriety, of buying and selling, of food, furniture, games, change of air, and of all the little sterile daily acts. Watching other women in their attitude towards life, she was reminded of persons who, suddenly confronted by a goddess, confine their attention to the fact that she twiddles her thumbs. But in spite of brave theories of curiosity, boredom, an eternal readiness for the adventures which so seldom came, she was invaded now by a longing for ordinary, trivial, homely things. The instinctive human fear of the unseen had been awakened by the evening's performance. As she walked, she looked for a dog who might be persuaded to lick her hand. She would have liked to gossip with her landlady, or struggle for bargains at a sale. A beggar accosted her, and she, who had so few pennies to spare, took out her purse. She made a remark about the weather, eagerly, thirsting for the little contact with humanity which would obliterate the memory of that other contact with something, perhaps, which was not human at all. But the beggar was taciturn. He took the money and went away. Constance's eyes followed him with regret. The mood of adventure was over, and the reactive had come. In the midst of her solitary and uncongenial life, which a cultivated scepticism did little to cheer, she had wished so much to open a new door, to satisfy latent but passionate curiosities, add new territory to her domain. Now that wish had departed, leaving behind it the insecure sensation of one who has peeped for a moment through a forbidden door in the ramparts, and obtained from this glimpse a permanent memory of great precipices all about her dwelling-place, of the black gulf and soundless moat below. She dreaded the four walls of her room, shutting her in to a tête-à-tête with her own imagination. Presently she came to those four walls by way of a grained door and 3 flights of linoleum-covered stairs. She fumbled for matches and lighted her duplex lamp. It smelt as usual, in a refreshingly real way. The dingy mantle border, maroon cloth with a faded embroidery of old gold chrysanthemums, further reassured her. But she avoided the mirror, and would have liked to cover it up, had it not been that she was afraid of despising herself. Her own contempt was the only humiliation that she could not bear. Vera's toys lay everywhere. Constance picked up a doll frock, upon which the child had evidently wiped her mouth after eating bread and jam for tea. Actuality was there, ready to encourage and support its worshipper. She dropped the frock and went to the window, looking out from her empty, bright, and hideous room, which distressed her, into the dim and attractive night. The soft rain, which was hardly more than a determined dampness, had given a delicate sheen to the sloping roof next her own, and she enjoyed it with that cultivated taste for appearance which is the prerogative of solitary lives. Her rooms, for cheapness' sake, were high up, and the vista was all of slates, parapets, and chimney-pots, delightfully various, full of quaint and unreasonable irregularities, with that character of ruggedness which is peculiar to the tops of things. The moist roof comforted Constance. It gave to her suddenly an image of the whole safe and mighty city, enshrouded in a benevolent mist of rain, all the bright eyes of its million houses peering with the utmost assurance into the dusk, all the vivid streaks of trains and trams running in and under its roads without fear or hesitation. That solid, sharply lit, assertive city was full of living creatures, real ones. It was so compact, so assured, so full of itself, that there could be no room for the invisible populations to creep between its close networks of shops and souls. She heard the jingle of a hansom in the street behind her, the scrape and clatter of the hoofs as it drew up. The iron cried, "Real, real, real," as it struck the ground. Constance knew the sound very well. Once night had fallen, many hansoms came to the house in the street behind. Sometimes the noise, and all that was implied by it, saddened and disgusted her. Now it echoed the beloved music of the town, and brought her an inexplicable sense of companionship and consolation. For years of intensest loneliness had taught her to extract from human noises, human sights, something of the social warmth for which she longed. She suddenly found that it was quite easy to turn back into the glaring and solitary room. It, too, was part of the sheltering town, a cell, her cell, in the great hive, and therefore as friendly to her, as protective as the streets. There was nothing real, to differentiate this evening from other evenings. No reason why she should not make her cocoa as usual, read a while, and go to bed. She went to the china cupboard, and discovered with vexation that her favourite cup had been used for painting water, and left unwashed. She turned and glanced round the room, searching for further disagreeable results of Vera's activity. Then she saw near the fireplace a little column of dust that rose and hung in the air. She stared at it with the dull and bewildered stare of a backward child who is given a difficult task. It was far beyond her power of assimilation, but she perceived it to be henceforward a part of her life, added to experience by her own act and desire. Her nature rose then, of its own accord, to meet it, as usually happens when the great things of life break abruptly upon the soul. She was not particularly astonished. She was hardly afraid. She began to walk up and down the room, trying to argue with herself, recalling to her remembrance all that she had ever read upon self-suggestion and hallucination. These considerations, however, wore a hopelessly academic air, and brought no conviction with them. At intervals her mind returned with a jerk to the actualities of the moment, and she glanced hastily and furtively at the corner of the room. Always the cloud of dust hung in the air. She knew it in her heart to be a sign of life, of something that would communicate with her if it could. She felt it there, as lonely and as curious as herself, but she was not softened by its need. She set her whole will as a barrier against its coming. She was determined to ward off this horrible companionship, which pressed toward her with a certain wistfulness, like some desperate and desolate creature exiled in a foreign town. She felt the assault of its desire, and resisted with all her strength. The room grew cold as she stood there with clenched hands and rigid knees. This time she recognized the symptom as one that was proper to her state. Then the little grey thing wavered and leaned toward her. It was like a sudden sally from an invested citadel. Constance wavered too, and knew the battle to be lost. She screamed, and was not even ashamed of herself. There was an answering scream from the next room. Vera cried out, "Tante, Tante, what's the matter? I wants you. It's dark and I'm awake." She went to the child, herself the more terrified, the more childlike. She too was awake in the dark, and accepted with gratitude the comforting presence of a fellow victim. There was a feeble gas jet in the passage, and by its light Vera's small dark face, convulsed with fear, was discernible as a shadowy patch amongst the tossed bedclothes. Constance gathered the little warm body to her own lap. It shook with the terror of an animal which scents panic in its neighbourhood. She said with unusual tenderness, "What's the matter, my little one?" for the spur of fear had touched her human instincts on the quick. Vera cried, "Oh, I don't know, but it's dark, it's dreadful, and I heard a boogie scream in my alone." "There are no boogies, darling. You are dreaming." As she said it, she wished that it were true. Vera curled herself tightly against the broad, firm shoulder. "You hold me tight, and then they won't come," she said. Constance, sitting in the darkness on the uncomfortable bedroom chair, with the child's heavy body in her arms, the querulous little voice in her ears saying, "Hold me tight, you mustn't go, you shan't," wished that she might thus sit forever, with the protective influence of the flesh between her and the invading foe. It was a new sensation, for Vera was not an attractive child, and her many claims upon attention had never included a sentimental appeal. She seemed to present no promise of a future womanhood, but rather, in some elusive way, a condensed history of those animal natures through which her spirit had presumably climbed on its way toward life. The squat stature, the heavy limbs, the lowering brow, the wide and formless mouth, were adapted to be the agents of instinct rather than of character, and instinct, elemental appetites, and uncontrolled passions had already sealed them. But at this moment Constance forgot those things. She looked at the clumsy little body with a new eagerness, a new possessive sense. She cuddled it against her bosom, concentrated on its helplessness, its happy ignorance, its warmth. By her own act, her own arrogant curiosity, strangeness and terror had been admitted to her universe. They must not be permitted to infect this scrap of life which was in her keeping. She perceived that she must endure them alone, must never entertain company in that dreadful room of windows which looked out upon the timeless, spaceless wilds. Everything, after all, had to be attempted and endured alone once childhood was past. The hive-like city of a myriad cells, which seemed so social and so warm, was really a city of myriad prisons. Each inhabitant, in some unendurable hour when the view from the windows was too clear, the solitude of the four walls too keen, would fling himself, as she had done, upon this door, to find that an inexorable hand had turned the key. But in some of the cells two were shut together, and they protected one another from the impact of solitude and fear, so that the prison straightway became a home. There was no one who would do this for her, no one in all the world to whom she could tell her adventure, to whom she could appeal for the sheltering love, the dear human presence, the foolish comforting platitudes of common sense. She had got to see it out, and when she had seen it out, no one would know, no one would blame her curiosity or admire her courage. This fact added to the old monotonous loneliness in which she had lived so long a new and bitter sense of isolation. Vera was quickly comforted. Soon she fell asleep. Constance put her into bed very gently, left a lighted candle and a chocolate cream by her side, and returned to the sitting-room. As she entered, she glanced quickly toward the corner. But the column of dust was not there. She was reassured, and shut the door softly. Then she perceived that there was a figure sitting by the fireplace. It was perhaps less a figure than a form, an impressionist sketch of humanity, without detail and without sex. That unnerved her, and she shrank with beating heart against the closed door, hid her face with her hands, and stayed in that comforting and self-imposed darkness for a period which seemed to have no relation to ordinary intervals of time. At last she heard within her mind the sad and wailing voice which had first attacked her in the bookshop, but it had lost its original accent of fear and grief. It said, "If they are all cowards, what am I to do, and how shall I ever understand?" Because she could not endure the taunt of cowardice, even from a voice which she suspected was her own, she raised her head and looked again. Then she saw two brilliant, wild, and hungry eyes, which gazed into hers from the recesses of some alien life that had caught them in its folds. She said, "What are you? What have I done?" And again the silent voice replied, "You know." She exclaimed, "No, I do not understand." It seemed to her that it was a sad and lost thing which had answered her with difficulty, and picking its way, as it were, amongst the strange periods of a foreign tongue. It said, "Nor do I. But I think that you have got to see me as a shape, as something which has a limiting edge, because otherwise you will not let me enter your experience. You are dreaming so deeply that you cannot recognize spirit unless it enters into the unreasonable illusions of your dream. So I must attack your consciousness on its ordinary earthly plane, because I will get in, I will know, I have got to understand." She cried out suddenly, "Oh, it isn't real! It can't be real!" The voice said, "No. A picture built of your dream stuff, that is all. But do not be deceived. All pictures represent realities. I am here, within the appearance, as you are there within your clothes. What does the shape matter? It is only a little dust." But there was no one sitting by the fire. She exclaimed in her astonishment, I thought I saw—" And there was again a voice that replied, "And you think you know, and you think you feel. What strange and meaningless dreams!" Then the last scrap of courage deserted her, and she seized the lamp and fled ingloriously from the room. But she turned at the door, and looked swiftly and furtively at the corner of the fireplace from which she fled. It was a coward's glance, and met a coward's retribution. There was a little eddy of dust that rose from the floor and hung suspended in the air. Constance undressed hastily, and lay wakeful, with Vera held tightly in her arms. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. The Day's Work. Petit à petit, il a pénétré un plus grand nombre d'éléments psychiques, les teignant, pour ainsi dire, de sa propre couleur. Et voici que votre point de vue sur l'ensemble des choses vous paraît maintenant avoir changé. Bergson. Little by little he had penetrated a greater number of the psychic elements, regarded them for thus to discern with his own coloration. It was here that your point of view on the entirety of such things seemed now to have changed. Bergson, The Immanent Gifts of Conscience. This one rift in the solid stuff out of which she had built her universe, this hateful and inconsistent thing which her senses reported, left Constance poised solitary in the midst of terrific spaces. All that she called reality had been shattered, and only consciousness remained as a certain fact. She had seen, abruptly, the insecurity of those defences which protect our illusions and ward off the horrors of truth. She had found a little hole in the wall of appearance, and peeping through had caught a glimpse of that seething pot of spiritual forces whence, now and then, a bubble rises to the surface of things. There were beings there, living and full of horror because devoid of shape. She had opened a door for them, and now they could press in on her, and she, loathing their companionship, could not resist. All her robust and eager enjoyment of life fled from her. It was not real any more, only that invisible and intangible eternity behind the shadow show was real, that and its detestable inhabitants. She had one consolation. She felt herself to be unique in so perceiving the true proportion of things. Many teachers she knew had referred to it, but she shared the conviction of all other tasters of supreme experience that no one had seen reality face to face before. It made this poor visible life seem futile, its discipline absurd, yet she was immersed in that life, and it pressed in on her, forcing itself on her attention in a peculiarly exasperating way. There were mysteries all about her, strange companions, a knowledge of some actual and densely populated world here at hand, penetrating her own body perhaps, as well as all objects of her thought. Yet Vera's bath must be faced every morning, and the shop, that little universe where souls and bodies were but the material for a profitable distribution of the real things, cloth, leather, paper, and ink. This state of things constituted a paradox which would have been amusing had it not been personal. As she went to business in the morning, automatically dodging the motor omnibuses, staring out of her dream in amazement at the people who surged up in her path, all hurrying, all unreal, she repeated to herself continually, "I have got to go on. I have got to go on." She came to the bookshop at the moment in which the last of the shutters ran up with a bang, disclosing a window in which Constance was accustomed to take a certain professional pride. She gave it, as she entered, the scrutinizing glance which a good housewife bestows on the drawing-room curtains as she goes up her garden path. The window was wide and uncrowded, the loving amplitude of a museum, not the tightly packed practicalities of trade. It was never without its MS of the Decretals, its Flemish herbals, open at a page at once decorative and decorous. Burton's Arabian Nights placed discreetly in the background, a cover in tooled Levant from the Dove's bindery, or one or two of the rarer products of the Kelmscott press. Within, topography and scandalous chronicles jostled the ancients very comfortably upon the shelves. There were also a few high-class remainders and several piles of cheap reprints, for Lambton's was one of the many establishments which stand Janus-faced between culture and commerce. One quarter was devoted to current literature, reviewers' copies, often uncut, and always very cheap. 2 tables stood in the wide space between the bookshelves. On one Mr. John Lambton arranged a permanent exhibition of book lovers' trinkets. Limited editions, pocket classics, neatly boxed marvels of limp lambskin and rough calf, Thomas à Kempis in 20 different dresses, all worldly, The Wisdom of the East in American Spelling, or The Ballad of Reading Gaol, clothed with a chaste absurdity in white. The other table, which was smaller, held large unreadable colour books, a few works on Italian painters, and new copies of such novels as Constance felt that cultured and bookish people ought to read. She looked up as she entered at that tightly ribbed row of books on the shelves. Little nests of words, bewilderingly various, they were gay in the morning light and wide awake. She stared at them as one stares at abnormal shapes, seeing them no longer as concrete things, but as odd agglomerations of line and surface. Little nests of words, ideas, those evanescent, wandering things, caught and tucked up in paper, as unruly children are tucked up in bed. To open a book and let the soul of it gush out like perfume, invading, overwhelming the mind, this was a daily miracle, and she the purveyor of such miracles. She had never thought of it before, but at this moment the mystery of it swept her, and with amazement that one should thus sell thoughts for money, since thoughts were real and money was not. How inconceivable an act to communicate the dream which came from the heart of Dante in 3 volumes limp green leather for 6 shillings net. In the face of this and all other paradoxes of her concrete life, she was suddenly infected with an unworldly bewilderment. She looked out with astonished vision on an incredible earth. All things were made new, for it seemed that she had abruptly acquired the innocence of eye, which we snatch so easily from our children, to give back so tardily and incompletely to our artists, poets, and saints. She took off her hat, assumed her blue linen overall, and sat down at her desk. The mirror was opposite to her. She raised her eyes, saw it, and at once the scene of the past night was recreated for her, the dusk and solitude, all the ceremonial absurdities, the perfumed smoke which was ascended like a white pillar, that other pillar of grey and shivering dust which had arisen from the floor, the urgent and tormented voice that had addressed itself to no earthly ear, fire and all the eternities evoked in a bookshop, in that prison of a myriad cells. The tangible and intangible worlds were swept up together in one heap of confused experience, like the surging clouds in a crystal gazer's bowl. But it was the invisible side that seemed homely and possible of comprehension, the visible that was alien and remote. When she questioned herself, she found nothing save the nervous upheaval caused by her late experience to account for this state of things. She was amazed by her own topsy-turvy condition, conscious of it and interested in it, but she seemed to have lost the useful art of taking things for granted. She stared at the strange new world of unmeaning colour and shape, and wondered why it should exist at all. Then Mr. John Lambton came through the glass door from his private room, and at once Constance became the normal business woman, the useful manager, the prudent and cultivated bibliophile. Mr. John held a catalogue in his hand. He was going to ask her advice, a circumstance much dreaded by Miss Tyrrel, since it often compelled her to exhibit an intellectual superiority which prudence advised her to keep for the sole use of her customers. It's one thing to bandy Horace with old gentlemen, and another to improve inadvertently upon your employer's Latin pronunciation. Mr. Lambton had engaged Constance because an assistant who knew something about literature had become necessary to his peace of mind. He was one of those unfortunate persons whose short sight and aquiline nose suggest a culture which their conversation cannot endorse. In such a superior class of business as that of Lambton and Sons, this was particularly inconvenient, for Elsevier's in the window are held to imply erudition behind the counter. There was scarcely a day in which some customer did not embark upon a conversation which Mr. John was obliged to terminate in a sudden and sometimes tactless way. The thing came to a head on the morning upon which a disgusted liturgiologist found Dugdale's Monasticon and Haeckel's Monism side by side on the shelf labelled R.C. Theology. Mr. John, stung by his client's contemptuous glance, alarmed by his immediate exit, felt that the services of a well-educated inferior had become no less necessary to commercial prosperity than to personal comfort and self-respect. Miss Tyrrel then found herself obliged to maintain a carefully subsidiary position whilst keeping a vigilant eye upon her employer's bibliographical aberrations. She was rather glad to find that on this morning he wished to consult her about nothing more recondite than the Romaunt of Sir Gawain, the large paper edition of which had just gone into remainder. Mr. John thought that it could be sold very profitably at 1 6, and he observed that it was fine, large book for the money, and if cased in velvet calf with ribbon ties would be singularly suitable for presentation. "You had better send an order to-day," he said, "or else one of the other big houses will go and buy the lot. When they come, get them bound up and put aside for the Christmas season. They'll fetch half a guinea then." "But I think it's only a facsimile of the Burdett manuscript," answered Constance. "Not at all a book for general circulation. Middle English very difficult to make out, and a good deal of curious matter in the notes." Mr. John replied, "All the better. Looks cultured, medieval, and so on. People don't want to read the books they give away." Constance wrote out the order in a spirit of disgusted obedience, and then remembered how little such things mattered to one who had attained to the superb generalizations which characterized her present view of life. This view had departed from her at Mr. John's entrance. Now it began to encroach by slow steps upon her orderly and busy mind. She was enfranchised from that carefulness about many bibliographical things which usually obsessed her from 9 to 7. But she had only cast off one set of chains to assume another. It was gradually borne in on her that her senses were no longer quite her own. There was a thing which used them, and she participated in that use, but could not control it. She leaned, as it were, over the shoulder of a new inhabitant, and peeped out of the window with him. So peeping, she recognized a fellow victim of that impassioned curiosity, that cold lust of knowledge which had urged her to all the adventure of life. It seemed as though she, out of the whole phenomenal world, had attracted her antitype in the world of reality. When she turned inward and asked the persistent presence, "Why are you here?" he, using perforce the language with which his hostess provided him, could only answer, "I want to know." All through life that had been her own need. She respected it. Presently a customer, who had been prowling happily in the recesses of the shop, approached with a copy of Balzac's Contes Drôlatiques. He had unearthed it from the dark corners where those books which are catalogued "curious" were usually kept, and was turning it over with interest. Seeing a young woman behind the desk, he hesitated, but reflected that shop girls share with nurses a certain immunity from the ordinary decencies of life, and came boldly on. "This," he said, "seems a very quaint, uncommon sort of book, most amusing too, but it's, well, distinctly, don't you know—" He thought for a moment, came to the conclusion that his French was bound to be better than hers, and added firmly, "Lubrique." Constance, hardly readjusted to West London ideals, answered him calmly and vaguely. "He writes entirely from the mediaeval standpoint, puts everything down, of course, just as it really happens, without leaving out the usual things, but there's nothing uncommon in it really, nothing but life. The costume is different, and the people are quite candid, that's all. Modern married life in the suburbs is just as—" she was determined to give him his word again, "just as lubrique." The customer looked at her with surprise and with a noticeable joyous anticipation, but her smooth black hair and solid figure did not suggest pleasantries. She added immediately, "That copy is 12 and 6. It's in very good state, and has all the Doré illustrations. I can give you another, with the margins rather cut down, for 7 shillings if you like, but it isn't such good value for the money." The customer thanked her, and said he would think it over. He left the book lying on the desk, and Constance carefully reinterred it in its dark corner, returned to her ledger, and glanced at the clock. It was 12:30, and 1:15 was the hour of the midday friend. Every prosperous bookshop has its gang of prowlers, who pay their footing by a purchase once in a while, but have their real commercial value for the establishment in the fact that they stimulate the prowling instincts of other passers-by. These may be persons of a nicer conscience than your true adept of the business, and feel that each delicious loiter and surreptitious bout of reading must be paid for, if only from the penny box. The conscientious prowler, however, tends with the passing months to join the more professional and less lucrative class. It was the distinction of the midday friend that he had moved in the opposite direction, in that slow, unnoticed way which is peculiar to great constitutional changes. His visits had ceased to be an accident and had become an institution. There had been first the involuntary glance at the wide and open entrance as he passed, and then the momentary lingering to read a title or so, and then the day on which he had entered the shop in chase of a colour book whose vivid charms had forced its into remainder a little before the usual time. He had turned it over, looking with admiration at the blue trees and orange castles, and the purple-margined peasants silhouetted against greenish skies. Then he had put it down with a sigh. "I'm afraid I must not take it," he said. "The truth is, my wife doesn't like these books, and it vexes her to see them lie about. You see, she has made our house very artistic, whitewash and all that." This statement at once aroused sentiments of interest and pity in Constance, delightful and stimulating emotions which her customer seldom provoked. She conceived of this blunt, square, bullet-headed man, wholesomely animal, poised uncomfortably upon sparse and tasteful furniture, his very weight and virility an offence, his broad-toed boots always in the way, the constant society of a wife who condemned all that one thought ingenious and beautiful, seemed a more lonely business than her own solitary lodgings, where there was, at any rate, no one to set up irksome and exclusive canons of taste. On his next visit she learned that his name was Andrew, a circumstance mentioned in connection with Scotland, the national thistle, and the animals which feed thereon. This form of humour seemed a relief to him. She divined that it was not permitted at home. She had laughed with such evident good humour and enjoyment that he could hardly fail to index her as the sort of woman who understands and appreciates a man. He bought a book. On the next day he returned and bought another, with a pathetic air of trying to make his visits worth her while. In a week they seemed intimate friends. Upon this morning Constance looked forward almost hungrily to Andrew's visit. She turned toward the idea of his solid and unimaginative personality with that instinct for a counter-irritant which causes us to seek out our least appropriate acquaintances in seasons of grief. He did not want to be spiritual. He did not want to think. She saw at this moment much to commend in such a point of view. She loved her body, honoured it deliberately as the medium of all great experience. The midday friend took the body seriously, was interested in the clothes which it wore, the games that were good for it, the things that one gave it to eat. His own body was excellently groomed, warm, efficient, and compact. He would have been shocked and puzzled by the suggestion that it really had something in common with a column of dust. For outside the pages of the burial service such metaphors were clearly morbid and absurd. He came. His "Morning, Miss Tyrrel. Hope you're well. Beastly weather we're having," at once satisfied her craving for honest ordinariness, but to her surprise he did not fidget in the usual way, flick the pages of the second-hand novels, or otherwise try to find a reason for his presence. He walked without hesitation towards the bookshelves, and she found herself following him in the subdued but attentive attitude of the expert saleswoman. For once, it appeared, there was a definite object in his visit. "It's my wife's birthday," he said. "Forgot all about it till I'd left the house this morning. Rather awkward. I must take something home. She's a curious woman, you know, childish in a way as many are, although clever. Doesn't like these little things passed by. Seems to me I may as well give her a book as anything else. She reads a good deal. The right sort of thing, of course. It occurred to me that you'd be able to find me something she would like. It had better be thoroughly up to date, or else quite old-fashioned. Anything in between is no good." Constance successively suggested Neolithic pantheism, Southern Siberia, the home of the soul, and The Duty of Duties, Development of Self. But he thought that she was sure to have read all of those. He wandered from table to table, picking up books with an uncertain hand. She liked the air of manly helplessness with which he confronted an intellectual choice. Clearly it was important that he should avoid any mistake. "Women are queer," he said. "One doesn't understand 'em. Not that one wants to, for that matter, but it's more comfortable not to do the wrong thing if one can help it. If they really are women, just that, you can't do the wrong thing, can you?" "That's it," said Andrew eagerly. "That's what one wants 'em to be, of course, but they never are nowadays, at least not in our set. Don't seem to understand what men want. Oh, very nice to us, do their duty and so on, of course. I'm not saying anything, but clever and always worrying about it, as if brains in women were a sort of disease. I beg your pardon, beastly of me, I forgot. Really, you let me come chatting to you, and sometimes one's tongue runs on." Constance was aware of something which picked up these utterances, looked at them curiously, and laid them by with a helpless air of non-comprehension. But she resisted its companionship, expelled it, as it were, from the neighbourhood of her mind, and concentrated her will upon Andrew and his interests. His robust humanity called out hers to meet it. He found her, on this morning, peculiarly sympathetic, and never suspected that her unusual proximity of spirit was due rather to the repulsive powers of another than to his own attractive force. He was greatly pleased by an expensive copy of Browning's Christmas Eve, printed in illegible Gothic type, with fantastic bloomers and bound in naked millboards held together by linen braid. The binding, he said, is just right for our drawing-room. So bare and simple. Couldn't be better. But she wouldn't read it, and I doubt if she'd even let it lie about. You see, Browning, from what I hear, is just a bit gone by in our set, and our old-fashioned books are worse to them than last year's clothes. Quaint, isn't it, the way things come and go? When we were first married, you know, she got quite depressed because I couldn't stick him. And now he goes on the top shelf with Ruskin and George Eliot and Carlyle." He was standing by her desk, and having laid down the blatantly austere Christmas Eve, he picked up a shabby duodecimo and began to flick its leaves gently and indifferently as he talked. It was Grand Grimoire. "Now here," he said presently, "is a very rummy little thing. I wonder if that would do. I shall be late for lunch if I don't find something soon. What is it? Magic, eh? That's quite a notion. A bit out of the common, I suppose. She's not likely to have seen that one before." "Hardly. They are getting very scarce. This is the first copy we've had for years." He gazed vaguely at the queer woodcuts and strange garbled recipes, as precise and unemotional as a cookery book. "Queer notions those old chaps had. Look here, to evoke the spirit of an angel, the magic circle being drawn and the altar of incense prepared. God bless my soul, what next? For to catch your angel, eh? Oh, I'll take this. It will just suit Muriel. She's keen on spooks and things, and she hates the point of view of modern science. Not much modern science here." Constance answered, "On the contrary, if you know how to read its formulae, this is modern science, and the things that modern science hasn't yet got to." "Oh, come," said Andrew, humouring her. "Modern science, you know, is practical, experimental, constructive, and so on. Well, so is this. It's just a series of scientific experiments, nothing else, and they are real enough and practical enough for those who know how to perform them, goodness knows. Other people, of course, will find it about as enlightening as a collection of chemists' prescriptions, and about as dangerous, too, if they go meddling without authority." "Yes, but vampires and spells and salamanders, you know," insisted Andrew. "They're all here, taking themselves quite seriously. You're not going to tell me these are scientific facts, are you? We mayn't know much, but we are jolly well sure they don't exist." "Well, you can't prove a negative." "God bless my soul, what next?" said Mr. Vince for the second time. Within his own mind he added, "She seemed such a sensible woman, too." He felt puzzled for a moment and slightly disheartened. It was the first time that they had disagreed. Then the word angel suddenly occurred to him, and suggested that the queer little book might perhaps have something to do with religion, though it seemed on the surface to have more in common with Maskelyne and Cook. There were so many new religions now. No doubt Miss Tyrrel affected one of them, a circumstance which would explain her peculiar attitude at once. She might even be a Romanist. They believed a lot of various curious things. He became shy and careful, for it was an axiom with him that one should never disturb a woman's religion. They required it, poor creatures. As for Constance, she asked herself with temper, "What on earth can have made me play the fool and talk to him in that idiotic way? For 2 pins I should have told him the whole affair. Of course he is disgusted now, and thinks I am a superstitious rotter, and very likely that is what I am." Her manner became constrained and businesslike, confirming his suspicion that he had somehow shocked her by mistake. He paid for the grimoire, and retired in a mood of contrition. Constance wrapped it up in brown paper, and tied thin green string about it with a certain relief. She still had a vague idea that in the absence of all exciting suggestions it might be possible to banish the humiliating memory of her experiment and of the tiresome hallucinations which it had induced. But the protective influence of humanity seemed to have departed with her friend, and a puzzled voice, which she was learning to recognize, murmured in her ear, "It is all so very funny, but what does it mean?" And once more she looked out on a world which had become strange to her, inconceivable, grotesque. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. Chapter 5. A Domestic Interior. How much more dulcet the dulcis Amaryllidis ira, when Amaryllis knows Sophocles and Hegel by heart. Coventry Patmore, Religio Poetae. Andrew Vince entered the drawing-room carefully. The floor was highly polished, and the one small rug which always skated before his advancing feet added to its deceptive qualities. There was a purple sofa near the window, a closed cupboard in one corner. 4 large fat cushions were arranged upon the floor. The walls were white. There were no curtains and no pictures. Mrs. Vince, who would have resembled a Dominican nun dressed by Liberty, had it not been for the mass of healthy-looking yellow hair which she wore with becoming austerity in a coronal plait, sat upon one of the cushions and spoke with her accustomed earnestness about nothing in particular. She had applied to the uses of society the journalist's trick of skimming things with an air of intensity, and many men called her a wonderful little woman. The blue butterfly, one of them had said of her. But this unusually irreverent epigram had been generally condemned, though constantly repeated in her set. A member of this set lounged before the fire and listened to her hostess's conversation. She, like Muriel, seemed at first sight too healthy to be eccentric, tall and pretty, with a mature and comfortable prettiness that suggested an easy disposition and an absence of tiresome ideals. If Muriel was the butterfly of her circle, Phoebe Foster was its bumblebee. She was prosperous and well dressed, believing that luxurious surroundings and an ample diet constituted as fine a discipline for the modern soul as the tedious simplicities of the cloister or its agnostic equivalent, the workman's unit, adapted to the use of ladies living alone. Anyone, she said, could be spiritual with self-denial, boiled vegetables, and the lives of the saints, but it is much more difficult to feel that you are resting on eternity when there is a brocaded cushion in between. She was speaking of purity as Andrew entered, and one feels it to be characteristic of her point of view that she did not think it necessary to change the conversation. One is obliged, she was saying, to leave the static conception, the mere idle chastity, behind. Where otherwise would be woman's value to the race? The courtesan is a heretic. The nun is an atheist. Do you remember? Purity and wifehood, answered Mrs. Vince with the gentle didacticism appropriate to her youth. Spiritual eugenics, that must of course be our ideal. To bear 1 or 2 children of beautiful character and shed an atmosphere of peace upon the home. Andrew, fresh from the tossing current of the streets, the eager war with other brains which made up his daily work, felt that there was something chill and horrible in the peaceful grey light which came through the curtainless windows, the peaceful spaces of white walls and polished floor, and the arrogant prattle of these women who sat safely ensconced as in a fortress, protected from life and truth by the earnings of the men whom they despised. It threw him back upon himself, as the sudden entrance into a refrigerator forces the organism to draw heavily on its stock of latent heat. Domesticity for him had been drawn in outline with a pen of exaggerated refinement. Its convention was excellent, its design was complete, but it still awaited the warm tints which should give it the semblance of life. However, the place was his after all. He spread his coat-tails, sat down deliberately upon the purple sofa, checked its recoil by planting his heels firmly on the floor, and said, "Where's the boy?" The ladies looked at one another, and Muriel rang the bell twice. The child who came in response was fair and languid, as if the forces which brought him to birth had wearied before the end of their task. He ran to his mother, and leaned against her with a petty gesture of abandonment. His hair was a little too long, his socks were a little too short. His smile, if a trifle superior, was seraphic. Vince said to his son, "Well, Felix, what have you been doing today?" The boy answered, "Bits of poetry and rhythmy things, of course," and his mother put her arm about him, as if she felt competent, at any rate, to protect her child from the cruder follies of fatherhood and the degrading influence of an ordinary education. One of his hands was within hers. With the other he began to trace the course of the black embroidery which ran over her white dress. His touch was dainty and bird-like. He and his mother appeared to be wholly content. They had forgotten Vince's present. Phoebe Foster said to him politely, "Felix loses none of his prettiness. He's quite a little angel still." She spoke in a discreet and social murmur, and neither the child nor his mother caught the words. Andrew replied, "Perhaps, but he's getting rather beyond the angelic stage now. He's got to be a boy before long, drat him. That means coming to terms with old Nick as well as with Gabriel, you know." His intonation was quite clear, and his intention no less so, and he added, "He will be ready for the preparatory school in a year or two, and then it's good-bye to poetry and long hair. Takes a man to make a man. I sometimes think you ladies don't quite know what a male thing means." "We know, some of us, what it ought to become," said Phoebe gently. It was noticeable that whilst Andrew's entrance had only introduced constraint, that of Felix had brought with it a sense of active hostility. Already camps were formed. The glove had been thrown down, and a little encouragement would set the combatants to work. Miss Foster rose and said good-bye. She loved tranquillity, and believed that she had a right to it. Andrew was now left with a forced option. He could either change the conversation or continue it. Silence was impossible, for he did not live in his wife's universe. He therefore took the grand grimoire from his pocket, and wished her, rather tardily, many happy returns of the departing day. Muriel accepted the little old book very graciously. She had a keen sense of duty, and, except in moments of intellectual collision, always treated her husband with kindness. Also, in spite of herself, she was pleased and excited by the unusual nature of his gift. "This is quite interesting," she said. "Only the other day someone was speaking to me about autosuggestion and willpower, and the place which they occupied in medieval magic. It's going to be an important subject from the point of view of historical psychology, which is most interesting, of course. But I'm rather surprised that you—" Felix, still leaning against her knee, anticipated her, exclaiming, "Fancy father finding such a queer little thing as that!" He would have pulled it away, but his mother kept it within her own hands, holding it open firmly and cruelly, the gesture of a person who feels that her act of reading is far more important than any domestic sanctities which may happen to pertain to the thing read. She pressed back the covers until the new morocco hinges gave the despairing squeak of a stout lady compelled to unsuitable athletics, and said, "Look, Felix, this will interest you. That's called a colophon, and those are woodcuts. Are they not rough and funny? That's the way that people first began to make the pictures for their books." Peace might have reigned in that room, for Muriel was always amiable when she was imparting information. But Felix, watching the turning of the small, torn, brownish pages, suddenly arrested the process, and broke the spell by planting a beautifully clean little finger on the middle of a leaf. "What's that?" he said. Muriel's serenity departed. Felix had asked a question which she could not answer, an objectionable and unheard-of situation for which Andrew and his extraordinary present must certainly be blamed. She was silent. Vince said cheerfully, "What have you got hold of, old boy?" Felix began to read aloud carefully, syllable by syllable. "Weitchen stimulat meton e espares tetragrammaton orioram irion estion existion erioma. It's a spell, darling, said his mother. Sounds like one of my rhythmy things, answered Felix, and Andrew laughed in a hearty and irritating way. Modern education, he said, does not seem to be so very modern after all. I was told today that this thing was full of modern science, and the things that science has not yet got to. And it really begins to look rather like it. Who told you that? The woman from whom I bought it. But what does it mean? Said Felix, anxiously. Andrew replied, If you want to know what it means, I fancy that you will have to ask Mummy to take you to see the lady who sold me this book. She knows all about everything. So does Mummy, answered Felix, and I don't like ladies. They talk so. Oh, Mummy, what does it mean? Muriel left the question on one side and spoke directly to her husband. Where did you pick it up? She said. Oh, at a second-hand bookshop that I pass on my way to the office. What made you get it? Was it in the window? No, I look in now and then, said Andrew grudgingly. He began to feel that he might as well have given her the shorter catechism at once. Muriel became almost interested. You look in? She exclaimed. At a bookshop? What an extraordinary idea. I like a novel to read with my lunch sometimes, explained Vince. Muriel replied indifferently. Oh, I see. I thought as they had things like this, it must be a good bookshop. All sorts, said Andrew. Doggy books, travels, Kipling, Corelli, and so on, and rows of these old brown things at the back, all looking as if they'd been dug out of a mousy cupboard. And this woman? She sounds rather interesting. Does she keep it? No, she's the manager. Curious thing, she's quite a lady, educated, nice manners. I suppose the poor creature was left badly off and didn't find a husband. Ah, bad luck. But must be over 30 now. But she is a fine woman still. We've got quite chummy one way or another, and it makes a bit of a change for her, I dare say, to have a little chat now and then. Muriel sprang from the middle classes, and had the eye for minute social detail, and all that is implied by it, which is peculiar to that caste. She thought quickly and automatically. If this girl really finds it interesting to chat with a man like Andrew, she cannot be quite a lady. Felix had been amusing himself with the grimoire, and now offered another passage for interpretation. What is an undine? Said he. Muriel answered, It is a very beautiful story, which you shall read when you have grown a bigger boy. No, it's not a story, it's a thing, and you say prayers to it, replied Felix. There's one in here. How funny. Raymond Percy says prayers too, but I don't think they are about undines. Shall I say prayers when I'm a bigger boy? No, dear, it will not be necessary, said his mother. Your little soul has been nurtured from birth. It will, I hope, expand like a flower by its own innocent strength. Felix recognized the language and remembered his supper, a slice of bread and butter with brown sugar on it, which an old-fashioned and affectionate nurse administered at 6:30. Please, may I go back to the nursery? He said. Good night, Father. Do you know, Mummy, Raymond has got a very lovely rocking-horse now, and little runny train, as well as prayers. Why on earth don't you let that child have some toys? Said Andrew when his son had gone away. There was almost a growl in his voice. Muriel answered him gravely and patiently. I have told you, Andrew, she said, that the child's training must be left wholly in my hands if I am to undertake it at all. At this point a divided influence would be fatal. He has his poetry books, and dancing, and his singing games. The newest authorities are agreed that those are the proper agents for the development of the subconscious mind. They awake the sense of joy, which has no rational relation to tin soldiers and mechanical ships. Such toys only enchain the imagination and cause children to attach too much importance to material things. Poor little beasts! It's rather rough luck to be a modern child. Muriel suddenly smiled at him with an aggravating and invulnerable radiance that seemed to break from within. "I won't argue with you," she said. "We speak to one another from such different planes that it is useless, and controversy is almost negative in its effect upon the soul. I like the little book. It was dear of you to bring it. It's more interesting to me than you can understand. Tell me more about this woman. What's she like, and how much does she really know about psychic things?" "Oh, she's tall, dark, rather solid," answered Andrew. "Looks as if she did Swedish gymnastics after her bath. That sort of type, you know. Very good teeth and nice complexion." He caught Muriel's expression and stopped. "Don't you know anything about her that matters?" said his wife patiently. "Not much. I haven't a ghost of an idea who her people are or where she comes from. But she's all right, don't you know? One can see that in a second. She was rather queer this morning, a bit upset by the damp weather, perhaps. It must be chilly work in that shop at times, with the door wide open all day. I'd always looked upon her as a bright, business-like sort of woman, full of sense, no frills. But she said some extraordinarily silly things about this book." Muriel became interested, leaned forward a little, and said, "Tell me." "Well, she really seemed almost inclined to take it seriously. Absurd, of course. Can't think of what she was driving at. Said it was like a lot of chemists' prescriptions, useful to the professional who knew what to do with them, but dangerous to amateurs who didn't." "How curious!" exclaimed Muriel. "She must have an interesting mind. Perhaps she's a practical occultist. One finds them in the most unexpected places, even in the stock exchange, I hear." "Oh, she's not such a fool as that." His wife hardly heard him. There was a glow of excitement in her eyes. She had caught a glimpse of a transcendental novelty, and, eager for the chase, entirely forgot to be grateful to the man who had put her on the scent. She said almost peremptorily, "What is the address of the shop?" Vince gave it to her. He had no alternative. But it seemed a little hard that Muriel, who took so much, should now annex this slight yet singularly satisfactory friendship. No doubt she would subjugate Miss Tyrrel. Few women could resist her, for they all, in Andrew's experience, wished to be clever, and Muriel invariably attributed this quality to those persons who shared her spiritual and educational views. Constance would be taken in hand, patronized, taught to sit in cushions on the floor. She would soon cease to laugh at his jokes. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. Chapter 6. 3 Sorts of Ignorance. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. For man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow chinks of his cavern. Blake, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. Constance stood high upon a ladder, vainly trying to keep pace with the interminable dusting and tidying which mingles domesticity with literature in all well-ordered bookshops. The tightly packed shelves rose like a stratified cliff from floor to ceiling within a few inches of her eyes, and she was poised in the air amongst them like some climber hung upon the face of a precipice, intent on their service, as is the way with born librarians and bibliophiles. There was something intimate, personal, and homely in her relation with each volume. She loved them, and it pleased her to tend them. The monotony of her occupation induced, mechanically, a feeling of security and peace. It was like knitting, raised to the intellectual plane. Now and again, when a footstep caught her attention and suggested the possibility of an early customer, she turned for a moment and glanced downward. Then she obtained an excellent view of the establishment, and also of the landscape which was framed by the open door. A little patch of pavement, some bits of dirty paper in the gutter, the skirts and trousers of pedestrians, the tail-tips of many passing dogs. These, because they were living, moving things, exhilarated her. She longed to touch them and feel their delightful warmth. The exquisite children in white gaiters, their nurses, who hastened to Kensington Gardens with a novelette peeping under the perambulator rug, the active, prosperous girls taking their terriers for a morning walk. She was alone, and therefore wholly under the dominion of the Watcher, capital W. So constant was his presence, so rare were the moments in which she obtained possession of herself, that this state of things had begun to seem almost natural. She was getting accustomed to his point of view, to the curious mixture of ignorance and arrogance, the breadth and pettiness that he displayed. She regretted her experiment, for his companionship was not pleasant, and he gave as yet no illumination in return for his lodging. She, as she divined, must teach him the earth. He was busy with his lessons, probing, guessing, questioning all the while, but he had nothing to impart about the heavens in exchange, and this was disappointing. Seeking a greater freedom, she had been caught in a peculiarly exasperating slavery. But the thing was done. With the fatalism that was an aspect of her general acceptance of life, she acquiesced, quietly enough, in the queer rearrangement of things, and this so completely that her outward demeanour was unchanged by it. Mr. John had not even suspected her of neuralgia, much less of demoniac possession. The dust that she was had dignity. It was not easily thrown into turmoil by the breezes of the abyss. She took up her existence and dealt with it day by day, with her old solidity and calm. Nevertheless, she had had a hard week of it. There was her ordinary work to perform, and the spring publishing season was now upon them. There was Vera to attend at the opening and the close of every day. There were the innumerable small duties, the makings and mendings, letting out of tucks, inserting of clean collars, which wage-earning women can never delegate. These things had always filled the routine side of life to overflowing. Now there was added to them the entertainment of the sleepless watcher, whose passionate domination of her senses left her exhausted and bewildered every night. He had a ceaseless eagerness to see, hear, touch, and smell the odd and clumsy world into which he had pushed his way. So her ears, her eyes, and hands did the work of two, and whenever her will was dormant for a moment, his seized the helm and drove the tired body on to fresh experience and the tired mind to fresh interpretation. There were no more visual hallucinations, no apparent interferences with the laws of external life, only the constant presence of an alien point of view and of a self, a thing, an actual if intangible personality that put the machinery of her brain to its own purpose. This personality infected her, gave her a new flavour, a new relation to the other constituents of life, as when an aromatic herb is introduced into the casserole, its real spirit enters into a permanent union with the chicken. Thus, very often, she hardly knew whether the thoughts that she had and the words that she said were symbols of the watcher's ideas or her own. Already she had almost forgotten what the dear and natural world had been used to look like before her powers of perception received this disagreeable twist. Now unnaturalness had become the standard of reality. There was only one escape from his overpowering companionship, only one door of return to her true self. When other people entered into communication with her, when life, real life, put in a peremptory claim, and she responded, there was civil war, her will to live struggling with his will to know. Then, if the external forces of life were strong enough, the human drove back the inhuman, and the social normal Constance emerged with a great sense of relief. But even so, she was always acutely conscious of the besieger at her gates, waiting till the reinforcements should be withdrawn. Then he was back again, unfriendly, egotistical, rather contemptuous. Life, for him, was an odd and interesting exhibition, and she the showwoman. He had a right to her services. He had recovered from the first horror of his fall, and was prepared to enjoy himself, but he could not understand existence, nor could she explain it, for she had never before noticed that it stood in need of explanation. Violently and passionately he demanded the grammar of life, and she, who had always spoken the language, of course knew nothing of its rules. He found some difficulty in trimming perceptions which had been framed for eternity to the narrow outlook of a bookseller's manager in a West End street. Bit by bit he was learning the uses of her senses, eagerly practicing these new, delightful tricks of sight and hearing on every little object within range. But all manifestations of energy seemed to him to be much upon a level. They were but moments in the movements of the dream, and there was nothing in his idea of things which could help him to distinguish the trivial from the important incidents of life. Birth and death, trade and traffic, food and clothes, each raised in him astonished curiosity. Hence he assumed, absurdly, that all these new objects of his knowledge must equally and of necessity be worth the knowing, and concentrated eagerly upon the plots of novels, the flavour of food, the very names of the streets, trying to find out the meaning or, with a more annoying particularity, their use. Worse, when she or those whom he viewed through her eyes acted, he presumed a reason for the act. She was helpless before the misconceptions of a creature who applied the stanzas of the infinite to civilized daily life. He was amazed by all that he saw, by that love of the aboriginal burrow which constrains the Londoner whenever possible to perform the secret operations of storage, cookery, and travel underground, by the teeming streets in which our urban populations are everlastingly content to fidget. He could not comprehend the incessant pouring to and fro of people by all these spacious highways and plated alleys. Seen from his universe, they were like mercury scattered on a disk, which runs without reason in 100 little processions and solitary drops, unites into a formless, wriggling mass, and breaks away again to an unending repetition of the process. Now, from the top of the ladder, as he caught glimpses of the eternal crawl of women past the shops, the eternal vacant hurry of the men, his questions began to besiege her, came between her and the orderly and satisfying work on which she longed to concentrate her weary mind. They are all alive, all conscious, I suppose, these little creatures that I see run by. At least they like to think that they are alive. But why should they be always on the move? What is the use of movement? Are they not able to be still? Their bodies first run one way, and then they run the other. I see them do it with a strange determination, as if it mattered a great deal. But it makes no difference, really, does it? They cannot get away yet. Life means staying here, does it not? Being glued to the ground. And death means getting away. However much they run about, they cannot get out of the knot until they die. Is this restlessness the beginning of their dying? The creeping of something that is already corrupt? Constance answered, No, it is proof of their vitality. They cannot rest, cannot be idle, because they are alive and have so many things to do. She could think of no better explanation. He retorted at once, But there are no real things to do. Reality does not change. It is perfect and very quiet. I have always existed in it, and therefore I know. This activity is a loathsome illusion. It has no relation to the real. They think that it has. How can they think that? They know about death. They know that they are crumbling all the time. Well, they don't think about death. This is life, and they want to live it whilst they can. What a foolish and unreasonable wish! Surely one may live, taste life, be in it, even acquiesce in the decay without the eternal fretfulness of doing things." "I do not know," said Constance, "but it seems to be implicit in the game. We are pushed, you know, for the most part. We don't do very much of it ourselves. Perhaps if you played the game you would understand. You see, when these people die they will leave things behind them, children, perhaps, whom they must get going in life. Humanity is a chain, not a lot of little spots. When people run to and fro they are pulled by the other links." "But the children will die in their turn. They will all die. Then they will exist in the real forever and ever, without earning or eating or any kind of fuss. So why undertake this weariness and struggle just to stay a few more hours within the dream? It is so ugly, miserable, and meaningless. Why do they not all try to die as soon as they can? Why do you not try to die now, at once? Disentangle yourself from this dream." Constance replied to her own surprise, "That is against the rules." She had not known it before. Now she was certain of it. It was as if he, coming behind, had pushed her on, beyond her normal standpoint as well as his own, till she saw involuntarily things which were yet below his horizon. "That is incomprehensible," said the watcher. "But if there are rules the game must be real, and there must be a meaning in it. The game that I see with your eyes and your brain is lawless. It has no prize and no object. Nothing happens within it which is real." Glancing back on her own experience, Constance said, "Real things do happen, even in this corner, but only to one's self. I think that you would hardly notice them. They look so little, so unimportant to outsiders, compared with the beginning and strange endings of the game." "But they are hideous, these things," replied the watcher. "They are like the bubbles of putrescence which happen and die, but cause nothing, leave no trace. They confuse the game, if there is one, hide the meaning. I suppose it is concealed somewhere beneath the froth of action. If it is there, I must find it. I will, and I shall." Then Constance suddenly realized that the thing which he was judging so harshly was not life, the great goddess, but her own life, the little circle of sensation in which she moved and he with her. Seen with a stranger's eye, it was indeed squalid, senseless. She thought with shame of her breakfast table, the dingy, threadbare cloth which had to last a week in spite of many brown and greasy stains, the smutty, chipped, and unpleasant appearance of the milk jug, the smears and the sloppiness, Vera's face when she had finished eating her egg. Then she thought of the dreary street and the bookshop and Miss Reekin, the next-door milliner, who often offered her a cup of tea. That was really all. Day by day she went around this little ring of experience with the docility and regularity of a circus horse. And she offered this to the watcher, who had been dragged out of infinity by his passionate curiosity, his determination to know that mystery of life which she saw, even from the lodging-house window, as the lustrous and many-coloured garment of her God. This was the thing that, with all her opportunities, with the fierce flame of adventure burning in her heart, she offered to eternity as her rendering of existence. She was ashamed, feeling herself guilty of a lack of patriotism, in that she had shown this foreign guest no better thing. She said to him suddenly, "Go, go, find all the wonders, look for the thread. Don't stay in this corner with me." But he answered almost in anger, "I cannot go, for no one else will receive me, and without a habitation how am I to stay within this dream?" Her eyes were opened for an instant then. The cliff of books fled far away, and she saw the tideless and everlasting sea of spiritual existence and life, like a little iridescent ball of foam, blown across the surface of the waves. She was an infinitesimal bubble in that insubstantial mass. In an instant it would be dissolved, reabsorbed in the ocean, all its cherished separateness forever gone. Meanwhile the watcher nested within her bubble, and was blown with her over the deeps. She shared in this moment his contemptuous bewilderment, confronted with the little coloured evanescent world of sense, even admitted a hateful doubt when he murmured, "I suppose you are alive, real, eternal, somewhere, inside, behind it all, only caught much tighter than I am, and able to believe in nothing but the dream." She thought, suppose that I were not real, suppose that I, too, were a dream. She turned from that vision in horror and fear. The collector, who had been making up the order list in the back office, here passed through the shop, and said to her, "Torrington's traveller is here, miss. The governor says, will you please see him as soon as you are disengaged?" "Send him in," said Constance, and she descended the ladder with a feeling of gratitude for unexpected rescue from a thickening web. Mr. John came with the traveller, a bearded, intelligent person carrying a small black bag, who might have been mistaken for an unsuccessful doctor had he looked more convincingly antiseptic. "I think," said Mr. John to his manager, "that we can do with a dozen of their mixed poets in quarto vellum." "They come 3 and 9 apiece, if you take a quantity," interrupted the traveller. "Marvellous value. Artistically tooled backs and assorted labels. The best thing our firm has done in presentation poets. You won't regret them. A splendid window line, and safe at 5 and 6 in this district." Mr. John threw down the catalogue upon Constance's desk. "Just make a good selling selection, Miss Tyrrel," he said. The action looked dignified, and he knew that it was judicious. "Burns? Scott? Whittier?" suggested the traveller eagerly. She shook her head. "No good to us. I'll take Keats, too, and Shelley, too. Milton, 1. We don't do much in Milton's lately. Browning? Only the earlier works, of course. Oh yes, I had better have 3 Robert and 1 Mrs. 4, more to make up the dozen. Put me in some Longfellows. We shall want them for the school prize season later on." "You're a good buyer, miss," said the traveller grudgingly. His voice was succeeded by a very sweet and gentle one, which murmured, "See, Felix, this is how they order the books we buy to read. Is it not interesting? This must be the lady whom father knows, I think. How sad and how surprising to find that Longfellow still sells so well." "Why?" said Felix. Muriel answered, "He had bourgeois ideals, darling. You will understand that when you are a bigger boy." Constance, catching this reply, at once divined a customer of the more fastidious sort, assumed that air of understanding which seemed so sympathetic and was really so businesslike, and said in a reassuring tone, "He is not generally read, of course, but we have a large educational collection, and I am obliged to buy for that." "Nothing, I think," said the lady firmly, "exerts a worse influence on the developing emotions of children than the feebler poetry of the Victorian era. One should give them myth, the myth of all the religions, for religions were invented in the childhood of the world, were they not?" Miss Tyrrel, whom these statements had merely amazed, glanced at the new customer, and was at once wholly subjugated by her appearance, being one of those women for whom the crucial encounter and the overmastering appeal must always come from one of her own sex. As she put it to herself, men were interesting animals, but women mattered most. This brilliant, young, absurd, self-conscious creature, with her serene expression, embroidered dress, and artistically unusual hat, was like a pretty novelty suddenly exhibited in the shop window of life. She revived Constance's drooping belief in the resources of the establishment, so she at once became interested, wanted the delightful thing, and did not stop to ask the price. Muriel, who often found it prudent to adopt a deferential tone when speaking to those whom she believed to be her inferiors, now said to her, "I really ought to apologize for coming in and troubling you like this, and just, I am afraid, at the busy time of the day, but you see, my husband mentioned you in connection with a very curious little book on magic that he bought here lately. He seemed to think that you would be kind enough to tell me something about it, and in fact it was he who advised me to come. She thought, as Andrew is such a good customer, she will have to be civil to me after that. As for Constance, she at once perceived that this must be the wife of the midday friend, and was amazed that a creature who was at once beautiful, intelligent, and ridiculous could fail to satisfy the demands of any reasonable man. She had pictured Mrs. Vince as austere, flat-waisted, even early Italian in type, but Andrew evidently possessed a fascinating toy, and would not be content because it refused to be turned into a companion. This was foolish of him. Where he would not play, Constance, whose toy-cupboard life had not furnished very richly, was willing enough to enjoy the opportunity of a game. At this moment she felt a desperate need of something to fall in love with, something that would restore her lost confidence in the world of sense, and Muriel, being both silly and pretty, seemed specially adapted to this purpose. She said, "I think the little book that you mean must be the grimoire that Mr. Vince bought here a few days ago. I'm afraid I cannot tell you very much about that. It was bought in with a number of other old books at a country sale, and has no history." It was Felix who replied, "We don't want to know about history, thank you. Mummy knows about that. We really have come because she doesn't know about undines, and if they are real. You see, it's rather important because, of course, if they are real, I shall have to know about them when I'm bigger boy. Father said you know about everything." "My husband," said Mrs. Vince, "is hardly what one would call a bookish man, though he tells me that he often comes here for novels and so forth. But I am interested in these subjects. They are most curious, as I dare say, and I find few things so satisfying to the intuitive senses as subliminal psychology. I fancied, from what he told me, that you were also a student of psychic things, and of their relation to the mystical and occult." Constance fell. She did not seriously suppose that Muriel's charming appearance indicated any understanding of transcendental matters, but she was in that mood which makes a shipwrecked man drink sea-water, knowing that it will only induce a more maddening thirst, but unable to resist the momentary consolation. She therefore said, "I told Mr. Vince when he bought the little book that it was not so absurd as it seemed. I am afraid that he thought me very silly and credulous, but evidently you are more inclined to agree with me?" As she spoke, the troubled movements of the watcher reminded her that she was dealing disingenuously, even frivolously, with one of the sparsely distributed realities which had enabled him to forge a link between infinity and earth. "You must not let my husband's remarks annoy you," said Muriel. "All men are materialists, and really I don't know that one wants them to be anything else. But I do so entirely agree with you. Few things are so absurd as they seem, I think, and even if they were, one should keep an open mind toward the unseen. In the light of modern thought we are learning to understand these subjects more and more." Constance replied, "Modern thought makes no difference, you know, really. The thing is there, and always has been. At the most we have only given it new names and invented a new explanation." "How interesting of you to say so!" exclaimed Muriel. "I see that you are a medievalist, and you are really inclined to take magic seriously? You believe that the old occultists were justified in the claims that they made? That there is something in it beyond self-suggestion and hypnosis?" "I don't believe," said Constance, "because I know. It's the people who don't know who have to try and believe. I should think that they would find it rather difficult." She stopped, but it was too late. Muriel, whom unorthodox dogmatism always delighted, invited her to tea with enthusiasm. The astonished voice of the watcher cried in its turn, "Go, go!" and Constance, amazed by the suddenness of the event, consented. As they left the shop, Felix said to his mother, "Mummy, I think this is a new kind of lady." Muriel misunderstood him. "Darling," she said, "lots of ladies wear pinafores and do work." "Different inside, I mean," said Felix firmly. Muriel, who shared the opinion of the best modern authorities on family life, that we can learn more from our children than they can learn from us, looked back at Miss Tyrrel with renewed interest. She felt that her careful development of the boy's subconscious mind was already having its reward. She would be able to use him as a terrier in seeking out those abnormal persons whose presence in her drawing-room gave her so much delight. She caught Constance's eye as she turned. The watcher had come back to the window, and Muriel noticed with surprise their wild and strange expression of bewilderment, loneliness, and curiosity. Poor thing, she thought, I expect she has a very dull time of it. Commercial society must be most trying to such an intelligent woman as that. My visit has been quite an excitement. I'm glad that I asked her to call. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. The Street and the Drawing Room. The key of the great mysteries lies hidden in all things around us, but the perplexities of the convention hinder us from finding it. A. E. Waite, A Book of Mystery and Vision. Because she had made a little place for the watcher, had accepted his presence, even took a certain pride in her guardianship, Constance now found herself subjected to a steady invasion, as one after another the chambers of her mind opened their doors to him. His vision was merged with hers in all save immediately human matters. Thus she was finally made aware of a new aspect of the universe, of an angle from which she might perceive the splendour, aliveness, and mysterious qualities of natural things, the inconceivable lunacy of most man-arranged things. This happened to her with a rush upon the Saturday afternoon on which she went to tea with Mrs. Vince. She had set out with eagerness, a little excited, as always when adventure or new experience was on hand, and therefore perhaps the more ready to open her eyes on strange truth. It was early in May, and there were moments of a shy and exquisite sunshine between the passing of the fluffy clouds. Constance, alighting from her omnibus, came down a steep and tree-planted street with her face to the south. She was in a superior residential neighbourhood, and the houses upon either hand were built of red brick and had many large clean windows, all opened at the top and furnished with casement curtains of soft silk. Expensive tulips of discordant tints grew in the little gardens. There were fantastic knockers on many of the doors. It was in this unexpected district that she saw the shining tree. It sprang upon her consciousness out of the patchy sunny world of paving stones, window boxes, and pale blue sky, complete, alive, a radiant personality whose real roots she was sure penetrated far beyond the limitations of this material world. She gazed astonished into the heart of it, saw the travail and stress of the spirit of life crying out for expression, the mysterious sap rushing through its arteries, the ceaseless and ritual dance of every speck of substance which built it, that eternal setting to partners which constitutes the rhythm of the world. She perceived the long and eager fingers, fringed with tentacles too delicate for sight, which clawed their way far into the earth, their fervid and restless search for food to nourish the arrogant and tufted tail which they sent into the upper air. It was as if, accustomed to glance carelessly at the face of an agreeable and conventionally clothed acquaintance, that acquaintance were now revealed to her in the awful dignity of the nude. As for the tufted tail, it was no elastic and ingenious arrangement of branch and twig, set with buds and young leaves, no convenient perching place for innumerable sparrows. It broke like an imprisoned angel through the concrete prosperities of the street. Its airy filaments enmeshed a light which she had never seen before. In that street it dwelt solitary, apart, yet very near. There was something between them, something, in spite of her longing, which kept them separate. She wondered what it could be. She saw each leaf fierce and lucent as an emerald, radiant of green fire, blazing, passionate with energy, a verdant furnace wherein transcendent life was distilled, cast into the mould of material things. Either, as she supposed for a moment, it was not there at all, or else it had always awaited the perceiving intelligence in virtue of some amazing significance that it had, a nook which it filled, a truth that it expressed within the universal dream. Its presence obliterated the clumsy shapes of the ordinary world and their foolish limitations. It gave her a vision of another universe, of the whirl through space of countless planets, all teeming, feathery, flowering to the angelic eye, with some such radiant inflorescence as this. She saw the cosmos as God's flower garden, in which he strode well content in the cool of the day, and man as the little scuttling insect, breeding and feeding amongst the leaves. She saw it thus for an instant, the shining, glassy, pulsating thing. Then, as it seemed, another veil was stripped from her eyes, and she saw it in its unimaginable reality, as it is seen by the spiritual sight, remote and more wonderfully luminous, the fit object for her adoration. The watcher's voice cried within her, "Ah, beautiful, exquisite world! Here at last is the meaning, the real, the idea. Why did I not understand before?" As for her, she had nothing to say, nothing to show. She was too astonished and too full of joy. He said again, "Ah, what amazing happiness you have, you little creatures, all the shapes and colours and the sharp edges against the light, and the lovely little differences of things. What a splendid dream! What a gloss upon eternity! How satisfying! But why do you always look at the other side? How greatly you are mistaken, and how much joy you must miss, because of being with unreal and ugly things." A woman passed, dressed in Isabella-coloured rags. Her coarse hair was gathered in an unseemly knot by the help of a bit of common string. Her dingy, mottled stockings lay in folds about the ankles. Her boots were unlaced. She carried a tiny baby at her breast, and a few bunches of shabby violets in a basket. The baby was a condensed statement of human unpleasantness. The violets, in their present condition of purplish pulp, still conveyed, like kings in exile, a poignant suggestion of lost fragrance and shy grace. This smudged sketch of womanhood came between Constance and the tree, unconscious of the thing that was close to her, and of the parted veil through which the other woman peeped. She was wrapped closely in her own cares and discomforts, a ragged vestal, virgin to all delights save one, so busy tending the difficult flame of life that she never had time to warm herself by its rays. The watcher withdrew from his lookout when she came within its field. One could feel the strong contractive movement of loathing which her image had evoked. He said, "Why do you let your earth breed such horrible things? Stamp them out, feed the beautiful, and starve the vile." Constance answered, "I don't think one can, because it is all one." The watcher replied, "No, no, how foolish, how blind you are! Here is the true and lovely dream close beside you. Look at it, live in it. This is the true projection of the will, but the ugly side of vision is all false. Leave that alone, let it die." The woman came nearer and said, "Violets, lady, do buy some violets. I ain't taken nothing to-day." The hopeless effort of the myriad feeble poor, all the teeming alleys, the indistinguishable hordes, seemed to come as a wailing chorus to her words. Somewhere in Constance's mind an inhabitant arose who knew that music, who wrestled with the watcher for possession of her will, saying, "Cling to the human, however loathsome. Do not refuse life in all her implications." But the shining tree was there, as it seemed, with the other message, crying, "Open your eyes to the light, to a world made luminous. Leave the shadows. Come, come. The watcher applauded those words. There she was, between two worlds of experience, between the two great expressions of the spirit of life, the shining tree in its transcendental splendour and security, and the shifting, agonized, and pullulating deeps. Beauty called her through the parted veil of perception, casting open door after door upon the countless aspects of creation. But pain, friendly, ugly, human pain, was at her elbow, whispering that this was a birthright which she would only renounce at her cost. The unsavoury baby stirred under its shawl at this moment, and thrust out a tightly clenched and grimy fist. Then Constance saw for an instant life, the ever-lovely, fertile, heedless, generous life, springing beneath the rags, fresh and exquisite as the nascent corn beneath the mould. Its champion within her acknowledged this presence, recognizing it as identical with that vision by which it had always been guided and upheld, and unconscious of its maimed, degraded face. The child and his mother became a symbol, and love was in the air, very humble and glad, saying, Vita dulcedo et spes nostra salve. The woman had grown to the likeness of the shining tree. She too was radiant, eternal, and sublime. The spirit of life ran like a divine fire in her veins, and was given to the infant at her breast. She had become a majestic link in the process of creation, an auxiliary of the angels. A fresh door was thrown open upon reality, whereby it was seen that even the prisoners in the dungeon still wore the insignia of kings. The tree was there, throwing, as it were, the shelter of a transcendental loveliness and knowledge about the poor efforts of those entangled in the flesh. The woman and child, seen against it, were an image of all life. It seemed an anticlimax to give the woman sixpence, to look with interest at the baby's moist and smutty face, but she did it, in this act that deep-seated personality within her became dominant. The baffled and disgusted watcher loosed the reins. Acknowledging beauty, she had vindicated her humanity by paying her deepest reverence to life, a proceeding which can only seem insane to those spiritual natures which have not been passed through the furnace of love. She came to Mrs. Vince's drawing-room hardly prepared by the curtain-raiser for a full appreciation of that comedy which was the main business of her afternoon. Andrew met her with surprise, for his wife had forgotten to tell him of the invitation. He looked thicker than ever in his own home, and so out of place that Constance found it difficult to remember that he was her host. His civilities were automatic. He had said, "Very good of you to come to us," before he realized that the goodness for once was actually on Muriel's side. She was going to be kind to Miss Tyrrel. This, he felt, would be a delicate matter, but he was obliged to acknowledge her conduct as perfect. It must clearly be a point of honour with all three of them to forget the bookshop, and Vince saw it with a painful distinctness when his friend was announced. Therefore the curious sincerity of Muriel's welcome amazed him. There were interesting people in the room, but she turned from them all to attend on her new guest. She said, "I've been looking forward so much to this. In fact, we all have. I know you're wonderful. Oh, yes, I saw it the moment that I met you. My little boy felt it, too. And you know how sensitive children are. They are near the source, and have not had time to forget. But you shan't be teased to tell people things, I promise. They are all longing to meet you, and if you would rather, they will have to be content with just that." She smiled at Constance with an air of secret intimacy, shutting her in the little circle of her own comprehension. The effect was dazzling, for Muriel was looking unusually pretty. Her hair was arranged with a laborious and becoming simplicity. Her large eyes shone with spiritual enthusiasm. If gaiety could rightly be attributed to the really high-minded, she was almost gay upon this afternoon, and Andrew, watching her, was amazed that such exaltation could be produced by lectures, exclusive ideals, and a vegetarian diet. The woolen underclothing which he knew that she affected would have kept any ordinary woman from attaining that air of esoteric smartness which constituted Muriel's peculiar charm. Constance drifted away, leaving her hostess at liberty. Miss Foster at once took her place and said softly, "Who is the big dark-haired woman in impossible brown kid gloves?" "She is going to be interesting," answered Muriel. "At least I hope so. But they are very tiresome sometimes. Occult things, magic, and so on. Talk to her, there's a dear, and presently I'll get Mrs. Reed to draw her out. It is her first visit. I've just been putting her at her ease. Oddly enough, it was Andrew who discovered her, and as a matter of fact, she keeps a shop. Being in a shop nowadays is so very different," said Phoebe. "Yes, but still even now a shop isn't quite. It is books, you see. Rather a new idea, isn't it? And rather a pity, I think. Of course, if it were hats or old furniture, anyone would receive her." "I expect she is a lady. She certainly moves like one," said another guest, who had been listening to the conversation. "Yes, I noticed that at once," replied Muriel. Then, recollecting herself, she added hastily, "But at any rate she is a woman, which is of course a far greater thing." "And rarer," observed Andrew abruptly. All the ladies in his vicinity looked at him with as much surprise as if an infant in arms had made an intelligible remark. "I will go and talk to her," said Phoebe, in whom Andrew aroused that instinctive dislike which all women feel for the husbands of their more cultivated friends. Also, she wished to help Muriel with her party, and was aware that if the new acquisition were first drawn out by the wrong person, her value as an asset would be sensibly diminished. She approached Constance, but too late. Miss Tyrrel had already been captured. A comfortable lady in very worldly clothes sat by her on the sofa, and Phoebe, recognizing in Mrs. Weatherby that hateful form of stupidity which is apt to make one's own cleverness seem absurd, shortened sail and remained at a little distance in an attitude of watchful detachment. "I don't think," said Mrs. Weatherby, without further preliminary, "that I have seen you at one of Mrs. Vince's parties before." "No," said Constance. "You were wise to come. I always do. It amuses me. She doesn't want me, but there are some people, you know, that even these clever young women are obliged to ask. You see, I've known Andrew ever since he was in petticoats. Very unsuitable he looked then. Such a little man. Muriel dislikes me because I haven't got a soul. But as I live next door, she has never been able to drop me. Tiresome for her, isn't it?" She chuckled, stuffed a soft mauve pillow into the space between her shoulders and the sofa, and continued talking in that mood of unbridled confidence about other people's business which the company of an entire stranger will sometimes provoke. "Muriel," she said, "is a pretty girl, isn't she? Piquant, unusual. Even artistic clothes never looked dowdy on her. One isn't surprised that Andrew fell in love, although the little wretch hadn't a penny." "I admire Mrs. Vince immensely," replied Constance. "Too much like a Madonna in a drawing-room to please me," said Mrs. Weatherby. "Give her a halo, a blue tea-gown, and a baby, but she never had another after Felix, lazy creature. As for poor Andrew, he is just in the position of a Saint Joseph in these nice little pictures you get at high church shops. I can't think how they do them, only 18 pence in real oak frames. Well, that's what he makes me think of, standing up behind in a very uncomfortable position whilst Muriel is admired. A good, honest fellow, with sound business instincts, and his living to get at his trade, shut up with a painfully unique and exquisite wife. Everyone else on their knees before her, and he feeling that attitude rather fatiguing after a hard day's work. How coarse and ugly all the ordinary Little comfortable bad habits must appear in such company. Could you drink bottled stout with that sitting at the other end of the table? Would it be possible to snore in the presence of a really spiritual woman? That is Andrew's condition, all over. Muriel enjoys her own virtues thoroughly, but his don't agree with the furniture, and so they have to be kept out of sight. Constance, who was too much interested in Muriel's hair to care very much about her virtues, was bewildered by this brutal frankness, and had nothing to say. There was a short silence, and Miss Foster, seeing her opportunity, pounced. "I want you," she said, "to talk to me a little, if you will. We haven't been introduced, but I feel that we know one another. Mrs. Vince told me one or two things. You must not mind. I am sure that we shall be sympathetic. I too have a great belief in the undeveloped faculties of man." Constance replied, "I am afraid that Mrs. Vince is mistaken. I am a very ordinary person, and as to the subjects which interest her, I know hardly anything, beyond perhaps the immensity of my own ignorance." "Intuition," said Phoebe, "is greater than knowledge, and especially a woman's intuition unhindered by the love of carnal things." Constance could see Andrew in the middle distance, moving to and fro with the awkward and desperate motions of a man resisting to the utmost his natural instinct for flight. He was so humbly human, so desperately real, that she almost expected house and tea-party to dissolve and leave him incurably actual, poised in space. Muriel had retreated to the window, whence her gentle and earnest voice could be heard now and then. She was conversing with two clean-shaven and frock-coated youths, whose presence was obviously a tribute to the appearances rather than to the opinions of the assembled ladies. One of them kept a perpetual but unostentatious watch upon the movements of Miss Foster. The other looked at his hostess, whilst he listened to a heavy, sallow woman with greasy black hair, prominent eyes, and many Egyptian ornaments. The sallow woman, whose name was Mrs. Reed, was speaking in a voice of extraordinary power and sweetness. "Salt, sulphur, and mercury," she said, "are really in their ultimate implications the three Maries at the sepulchre of soul. When we have learned this, we are at the threshold of the grand arcanum, for complicity of myth merges in unity of experience, if we could but understand." "What is the arcanum?" asked the youth who was watching Miss Foster. The sallow lady looked at him severely. "Osiris," she said, "died a sacrifice, and of Osiris Horus was reborn. Alchemical gold is the fruit of destroying fire. Does this tell you nothing?" The questioner was abashed, and his companion muttered, "Poor old Freddy," in an almost audible tone. Muriel broke in. "We must not," she observed, "attribute too much finality even to pre-Christian myths, I think. Can they, after all, be more than methods of training the subconscious mind to an apprehension of truth?" "No," said Freddy, moving away with a dexterity which was clearly the result of long practice. It was at this point that the watcher, surging up to the encounter of this inner nest of illusion and the new existences that it contained, exclaimed in her mind, "It is all unreal, confused, and hopeless. Ah, why will they pervert and spoil this dream?" She was off her guard. He was strong, and the words were audible. She heard her lips say them. They sounded strange and uncivil, and she wondered what would happen next. Fortunately, Phoebe understood them to be a reply to her last observation. She said approvingly, "That is so true. Knowledge without insight leads us from the light instead of to it. I see that you are a mystic." "All young people like to call themselves mystics nowadays," interrupted Mrs. Weatherby, with a knowing air of kindly contempt. "I often wonder whether they know what they mean by it." "Surely," said Phoebe gently, "a mystic is one who lives in reality instead of in appearance." Constance heard her own voice saying, "Then there can be no mystics on the earth." "Oh, I cannot agree with you there," replied Phoebe. "Indeed, we know to the contrary, for the great mystics have left their records behind. Did we not know that ecstasy and meditation can shift the threshold of consciousness and open the soul's eyes upon the unseen, we should be miserable indeed." Constance, still at the mercy of her lodger, and possessed by that curious exultation and freedom from self-consciousness which society sometimes induces in those who live much alone, said, "That is but one illusion the more." "Just so," agreed Mrs. Weatherby. "A mystic's experience is only valid for himself. All the books say so. He may not be mad, of course, but you can't prove it. Besides, these subjects make people cold and unsociable. In a married woman they generally mean a husband who is either unsatisfied or unsatisfactory. Probably both in the end. The fact is, they aren't quite normal, and that is why nice women have always felt that they are not right." Muriel had joined them. "A nice woman, dear Mrs. Weatherby," she said, "is unfortunately so often called nice because she has not sufficient character to suggest any other adjective." "She always has womanliness," replied Mrs. Weatherby. "Oh yes, I know it's an old-fashioned word, and what's more, I don't care if it is. You may depend upon it, my dear, that the really womanly woman is the grandest figure in the world, and when you young people have got through with your mysticism, the men will make you come back to it." "She is sublime as a mother, and often unacceptably clever in making love," observed Phoebe dispassionately, "if you mean by womanly the deep-bosomed, quiescent creature with steady nerves. For the rest, she is afraid of life, like priests and other people who are born to the perfect performance of a restricted job." Constance took fire at that. "But she is life," she said. "She has it. You who watch and classify, do you think that you live? You are only the wallflowers at the ball. You haven't joined the dance. You haven't earned your supper. I wonder whether you'll get it in the end." Phoebe looked at her in some surprise, and then answered very placidly, "You do not take into account the interior life of the soul, or the spiritual children that it bears." "No, you forget them," observed the youth called Freddy, who had been waiting for an opportunity of agreeing with Miss Foster's remarks. "Yes," said Muriel, "that is the real existence, the higher consciousness, is it not? And it is all here." She tapped her chest mysteriously as she spoke. "Of course, in the solar plexus," exclaimed another lady, a pretty, fluffy person, quaintly dressed in the early Victorian style. "What a wonderful discovery, is it not? Once it has awakened, they say that even the most dyspeptic people may eat anything without endangering their inner peace." "And pray, how does one awake it?" asked Mrs. Weatherby. Phoebe replied, "By the practice of meditation." "Yes, of course," said the fluffy lady, rather plaintively. "Meditation is the beginning of everything, is it not, at least in spiritual things, and now they say it leads to success in business as well, which would be so very delightful, through the will force, you know, and concentration. But it isn't as easy as it sounds, not by any means. The other day I shut myself up in my bedroom and tried hard to meditate on the mystic rose. They recommend that, you know, in some of the books, and it is a very sweet idea, but I must say it did not seem particularly helpful. Nothing happened, and after a little time I went to sleep." "You should ask Miss Tyrrel to advise you," said Muriel, anxious to show the positive aspects of her new acquisition. "She is a student of the old occultists. You know they practised all these things under different names in the Middle Ages. For magic has a great deal to do with the psychology of the subconscious mind." Constance looked at the fluffy lady, aware that in the eyes of the angels the faint and delightful tints of her complexion were more of importance than many higher thoughts. She also noticed that Mrs. Reed had drawn near and formed part of a little circle that seemed to wait upon her words. She said, "But I don't quite know why you should want to do these things. When you have done them, life will never be the same again to you. All its proportions will have altered, and you may not like it so well. You have so many worlds of your own that you can hardly miss the real world, which is the one that you have not got. When you have got it, all the others must go, and it is so simple that I think at first you might be rather bored. As for me, I had very little that was worth having in my world, and so I was tempted to explore. But you—" she looked at them, at the eager circle of small-souled egotists, at Muriel, who said appealingly, "Isn't she wonderful?" and at the other women, who agreed without enthusiasm. She saw the little struggling scraps of life within these curious and fragile envelopes, tiny flames disguised and differentiated by the variety of their enclosing lamps. They all, as it seemed, took the lamps very seriously, forgetting that these were matters of artifice built up from the atmospheric gases and the substance of the earth, and that their inhabitants were alike sparks from the same central fire. But Constance was not allowed to forget it. That hawk-eyed lodger of hers pierced through the pretense and saw the poor bewildered flame struggling for air within its elaborate prison. The odd thing was that the crowd of little souls, some nearly smothered by the cobwebs that they had gathered round themselves, took no interest in each other, but only in each other's lamps. The polite life of the drawing-room was just that, the myriad inextinguishable flames disdaining their own immortal heat and radiance, feeding hungrily upon the illusions which caused them to mistake coloured glass for divine flame. Constance finished her sentence. You can live your life, your dream life, if you choose, in all its richness, down to the bottom and up to the heights. That is very close to reality, and the only satisfying thing, I am afraid. If you explore, all that you will learn will be the necessity of getting back there, if you can. "How interesting," said Muriel in a slightly disappointed tone. The fluffy lady looked displeased and bewildered. Her pretty mouth was drawn into the beginning of a pout. But presently her face cleared, and she said triumphantly, "I think I know what you must mean, exactly. A friend of mine had a baby through Christian Science last year, so you see it does all fit in." "Everything fits in," observed Mrs. Reed solemnly, "for the many are comprehended in the one." When Miss Tyrrel left, Andrew followed her into the hall, found her umbrella, and with more than his usual obtuseness asked whether she wanted a cab. "I was wondering, don't you know," he said slowly. His mind rambled to the bookshop and back again to his own home. He wished to realize Constance in both situations, and found the idea difficult to deal with. Finally he said, "We must keep this up, eh? Capital plan, so good for Muriel. Change of society. These women, don't you know, are all alike." Constance answered, "They all seem very different to me. Quite a new world." "That's it. They're a little lot all to themselves. Don't seem to catch on to ordinary life somehow. It's been made too soft for them, I fancy. And they're mostly clever. Not that one minds clever women, but they ought to be given a toughish time. They're like boys. They need it." She smiled. "Don't give Mrs. Vince a hard time. She's delicious." He seemed pleased. "She has nice colouring," he said. "I thought you would admire her, but these women never think of that. They come here because she lets 'em talk. Waste of a pretty girl, isn't it, to give her up to that sort of thing?" Constance, who had been pursued all the afternoon by a longing to enjoy Muriel in peace without the disturbing follies of persons who were not pretty, agreed cordially. He would have continued the conversation, but Mrs. Reed appeared at the foot of the staircase. Andrew shook hands hastily and said, "Mind you look us up again," and retreated. Mrs. Reed came to the door and allowed the parlour-maid to cover her dress with a shabby alpaca dust-coat. She looked almost ordinary once her scarabs were concealed. Oblivious of this abrupt relapse into undistinguished dowdiness, She fixed her large and solemn eyes on Miss Tyrrel's face, and said, "Shall we go a little way together?" When the door was safely closed upon them, she continued, "I have been wishing to talk with you all the afternoon. I think this is your first visit, is it not? A delightful house, quite a refuge for those who long for a more spiritual environment than that provided by modern civilization. Mr. Vince, of course, is very male, but one doesn't mind that. But today people were not as receptive as usual. You, for instance, were not understood. I see so well what you were trying to express to them. These foolish young women know nothing of the vast and secret forces with which they play." "That's it," said Constance eagerly. "But you and I, who know, whom neither the flux of time nor the wreck of dogma can disturb, we can safely accept the extended life that is offered to those who have seen the metaphysical lover face to face." She turned down a narrow lane beneath the high wall of a church, stopped at a vivid red brick portico named 230 to 315, and added, "Here is my little Iry. Will you not come in for a moment? I feel sure that we have much in common." The long climb up cemented and uncarpeted stairs, past distempered corridors, speckled with innumerable front doors that seemed to have strayed out of doll's house land to relieve the hygienic severity of germ-proof walls and fireproof flooring, concentrated the attention of both ladies on material things. They clutched the fronts of their skirts, husbanded their breath, and spoke little until Mrs. Reed inserted her latchkey in a Yale lock on the top floor. Then Constance said politely, "How nice and airy you must be up here," and the watcher within muttered, "You certainly make the dream as inconvenient as you can." It was with an almost conventional courtesy that Mrs. Reed now led her visitor into the single sitting room of that little flat. Constance was not surprised to find whitewashed rush carpet, a small cast of Isis nursing the infant Horus, and a complete absence of tablecloths and other textile amenities. But she was slightly astonished when she perceived a very old and red-faced gentleman dozing by the small fire. A large blue Persian cat was folded into a compact parcel on his knee. The completeness of Mrs. Reed's personality, the authoritative position which she had seemed to occupy in Muriel's circle, had suggested a detachment from the more ordinary human relations. It seemed hardly credible that the metaphysical lover could suffer a domestic rivalry. Yet Mrs. Reed now approached the old gentleman, looked at him with profound interest and tenderness, and said, "Dear, have you had a good afternoon?" "Eh, what? You back, my love?" said the old man. "Been gallivanting with your young friends, eh? Had a pleasant party? That's right. I'd like you to enjoy yourself. Ra and I had a quiet hour together, very comfortable. In fact, I fancy we have both had 40 winks." "You must have your milk now," replied Mrs. Reed, "and you will have to entertain Miss Tyrrel whilst I get it." She said to Constance in a lower tone, "Will you talk to my husband a little? It would be kind. He's rather deaf, but it will be all right if you articulate distinctly." "My wife," said Mr. Reed to Constance when they were alone, "is a dear good girl, very intelligent, as I dare say you know. I'm proud of her. I like to see her friends come here. It shows that she is appreciated. It is very providential that she should have these interests, for we never had any family, and that's a sad misfortune for any woman. As I sometimes say, I have to be father, husband, and baby all in one." He chuckled with immense and senile enjoyment of this well-digested pleasantry. Mrs. Reed returned with hot milk in a feeding cup, helped him to take it, and said, "That's a good old dear," as the last drop was neatly disposed of. "My little Nell makes me quite lazy," murmured Mr. Reed, when the meal was over and his mouth had been wiped. His big head settled down again upon the shoulders, the loose baggy cheeks almost touching the lapels of his velveteen coat. His lips fell apart, and one saw that a few dark yellow stumps still remained in the sunken gums. His eyelids closed. "A very comforting drop of milk, very comforting indeed," he said sleepily. Then the watcher cried suddenly and silently in his nest, "Vile, vile! Why feed the foul and useless body when it is beginning to decay? Let it go, let it die. Nourish the beautiful things." Constance, in horror, exclaimed, "No, no." He said, "Why not? This bit of the dream is finished and done with. Why clutch it? Where is its value? Let it pass away and join the real." Oddly enough, the only reply which came to her mind was the word which Helen Reid had spoken. The many are comprehended in the one. It seemed inappropriate as well as absurd, for it suggested a vital connection between ineffable beauty and the old man who was huddled by the fire. Nevertheless, she said it. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. Two Sorts of Solitude. The bird a nest, the spider a web, man friendship. Blake, Proverbs of Hell. One morning in the beginning of July, Andrew asked Miss Tyrrel to go with him to the play, and the forces of Physis and Bohemia went to war in her mind. Muriel had been placed upon the committee of the Psycho-Deistic League, and its annual meeting was to take place at her house. On these occasions Vince always took refuge in musical comedy. He went, as a rule, alone, laughed without restraint at the horseplay jokes and topical songs, luxuriated in the vague emotions which were evoked by the more amorous passages, observed with understanding the physical charms of the performers. But this year, in one of those spasms of philanthropy which are indistinguishable from self-indulgence, he had conceived the notion of giving Constance a treat. He spoke of it to Muriel, who was depressingly tolerant, but hardly encouraging. "Miss Tyrrel," she said, "will scarcely care for your kind of theatre, will she? I had been thinking that next time there was anything good at the stage I would give her your ticket. She's really very cultivated, you know. Girton, in fact, and she reads all the right things. The popular drama exasperates that type of mind. But you might ask her. It will be a kindness. And I can't have her here that evening. The inner circle meets, and only members are admitted." Andrew was a little grieved. He had hoped for a jealousy, which he would certainly have discountenanced, and the excessive breadth of Muriel's mind, in which he could not help seeing something slightly unwomanly, discounted the joys of the undertaking. But his spirits were raised when he perceived that Constance, at any rate, felt her decision to be governed by considerations of propriety. No male creature likes to feel harmless. Andrew's self-respect was stimulated by the fact that he had to persuade Miss Tyrrel that the civility he offered was neither unusual nor objectionable in such a friendship as theirs. That friendship, founded on Vince's refreshingly materialistic point of view, had been confirmed by the addition of a new element, the hopeless determination in both of them to admire in Muriel all those fascinations which were most at variance with her intellectual claims. They talked like rival lovers of her beauty, and disputed the supremacy of each feature over the rest. She was the unending subject of their conversation. Andrew had come to recognize the bookshop as the one place in which he might speak freely and enthusiastically of his wife, and Constance looked for his coming because he brought with him some of the glamour which hung about the aggravating object of their adoration. To her this was but the renewal of an experience which had been constant in her girlhood, that feverish and bewildering period in which the sonorous rhythms of the classics that she wished to love had seldom succeeded in drowning the throb of life that exasperated her nerves and confused her brain, had been characterized by the savage and shamefaced emotion which she poured out unasked at the feet of certain chosen women. Her attitude towards them, always shy and always passionate, was seldom appreciated and never understood. Some had taken advantage of it and made demands on her. These she had served with an almost tiresome eagerness, so that they soon became indifferent to her affection. Others had never perceived the existence of this sentiment. These she preferred, for she was able in their case to preserve her illusions intact. She proposed, if possible, to keep Mrs. Vince in this fortunate ignorance, an undertaking which was made easier by the presence of a fellow victim upon whom one could inflict the enthusiasms that might otherwise have become tediously apparent to their object. To these circumstances Vince owed the secure and comfortable position which he now occupied in her life. Few things seem safer than a platonic friendship, which is founded upon a conspiracy to admire the wife of one of the parties concerned. Constance then accepted Andrew's invitation, and, to the amazement of the watcher, devoted a Saturday afternoon to the renovation of her only evening dress. He wished to be out in the sun, seeing beautiful shapes, for nature appeared to him now as the one enticing aspect of the dream. Compared with this exploration of beauty, these magical encounters with the real, all other occupations seemed but foolishness, and he hated the necessity which made his every movement dependent on his entertainer's whims. Hence, when she paid no attention to his reiterated hints, disgust grew on him, and there was a note of irritation in his remonstrances. "Surely," he said, "you must see the extreme absurdity of your behaviour, that even on your own interpretation of the facts your actions are entirely inconsistent. You shut yourself in a space that has no beauty, in order that you may concentrate on dress. How came you, I wonder, to think of that insane device?" She was busy. His comments distracted her. "We do it," she answered, rather angry, "because we, also, like to add to outer beauty if we can." "Add to beauty? How can you add to beauty by these masses of queer and coloured rags, spun from the poor patient plants and animals, and chopped to inconvenient shapes? Why, it is but more dust in different patterns, rolled round you in order to conceal the mysterious body underneath. A curious mania, when all that matters is the soul, which is already assured of secrecy, which no one in the body can ever see. One body, I had thought, were enough disguise for the shyest spirit. Yet you must all, it seems, have two at least, and elevate the fashioning of the second to a very solemn thing. But the result of this fashioning can never add to beauty, for it is meant to hide, not to express the real." Constance was intent on the Lady's Own Magazine, which assured its readers that a very French effect might be secured by the application of 2 yards of black crêpe de Chine and some spangled fringe to an old white satin bodice, an operation which it described as well within the powers of the home worker. She was a woman. She was preparing for a probably delightful evening with her only friend. She was determined that he should have no cause to be ashamed of her appearance. It is therefore hardly surprising that she found the phenomena beneath her fingers more interesting than the inner witness to their unreality. She went on with her work, keeping one eye upon Vera, who showed a disposition to begin illicit doll's dressmaking at the other end of the crêpe de Chine, and resolutely turning her attention from the fretful voice which urged on her its ignorance, its annoyance, and her duty of conciliation and enlightenment. But he would not let her be. He said again, "I suppose that you are compelled to believe in your body, and this distresses you? And so you cover it with pretences in which even you can hardly believe." Then, exasperated, she cried aloud, "No, I am proud of it. I love it. I, at any rate, have never been ashamed." Vera loosed her end of the crêpe de Chine, dropped the scissors, and said reproachfully, "Tante, how queer you shouted. You shouldn't. It made me jump." Constance was abruptly recalled to the consideration of a body in which it was certainly very difficult to take pride, for even when freshly washed and dressed in the clean clothes which she detested, Vera always carried with her a curious suggestion of squalor. She had hands which defied the nail-brush, and looked as though even her white pinafores had come to her by mistake. They never remained white very long, for dirt of all kinds flew to her as if detecting congenial company. Miss Tyrrel heard a regular liquid sound, as of surreptitious sucking, looked up, and exclaimed sharply, "Take that stuff out of your mouth at once!" The child unwillingly extracted a dark and glutinous mass composed of a rag of black silk which had met a half-dissolved piece of toffee and become inextricably entwined with it. The resulting compound was not pleasant to handle, but it was necessary to take it from Vera and ensure its destruction, a proceeding which the victim watched with a sullen scowl. She seldom cried, and never failed to resent authority. Constance of late had begun to detest these episodes. It was a part, perhaps, of the growing influence of the watcher, whose homesickness betrayed itself in a passionate aestheticism. The lens through which she had looked for an instant on reality offered no renewal of that vision, but it persistently magnified the hideous properties of those illusions to which she was chained. Upon this stifling afternoon, with the usual summer smells of London coming through the open window, the crooked Venetian blind moving in the draught and making zebra patterns on the shabby wall, this moist, chewy, gummy rag which she must take between her fingers, nauseated her. When she had disposed of it, she felt that Vera's neighbourhood had become loathsome. She gathered her work, went into the little bedroom, and gave herself with an almost morbid pleasure to the contemplation and analysis of her own fury of disgust. She perceived that she hated her life. Standing aside and looking at it, it seemed to her weary and distorted vision, a mere travesty of existence, an uneventful sequence of sordid material acts. The watcher encouraged this attitude, crying out on his incarceration, casting himself with fury against the bars. Sometimes he was interested, but happy he never was. Urged then, as by a double spur, there came to her mind a momentary longing to renew the active revolt of her youth, when, stung not by squalor but by the hopeless inertia of the comfortable class, she had cut her way out of the garden and bartered all privilege for a little actuality. The crushed primeval spirit of adventure rose and pricked her. This capable wage-earning woman of 35 or so, reminding her of those wild raptures and wonderful deeps of existence which form part of the great and confused heritage of the human soul. Then the recoil wave came, bringing a memory of the savage tooth that waits behind those soft lips of nature whose kiss she had once accepted with courage, even with delight. Thence a venom had come which still worked in her life. That experiment was not worth repeating. The old white evening bodice slipped from her knee, and her indifference was so great that she did not put out her hand to save it. One of the bones which had cut its way through the covering sheath caught in a flounce of her skirt. It made a little tear and anchored itself. She rescued her work then, and it reminded her of the brightening margin of her life, of Andrew, who wanted her companionship, and of Muriel, whom she wanted even more. She possessed, after all, the essentials of existence, a little place in the dance, and a little opportunity of service. At 9:15 upon the following Monday evening, Constance arrived at the Tottenham Court Road tube station, and took her place in the lift. Her depression had passed away. She felt happy and dreamy. After her long and sordid solitude, the mere putting on of evening dress was an excitement. It gave to her a curious sensation of well-being, armed her, as it were, for the encounter with life. As the platform rose, taking her to the surface, she contemplated in a mood of slightly cynical amusement the advertisements which covered its walls, appeals every one of them to the supposed needs of man. You cannot afford to do your writing the old way. You want our shirts? We want you." The new note, decorative smartness combined with the comfort of the home. The watcher, too, always entertained by our odd habit of burrowing, our quaint conceits as to the reality of levels, the air of importance which characterizes the running to and fro of modern men. The watcher looked on these things with pleased surprise, saying, "Strange cries of one immortal spirit to another." But there was another advertisement, less conspicuous, in little red and black letters, without ornament. "Be not deceived. God is not mocked." It wore so modest an air amidst all the heraldry of trade that it would hardly have held Constance's attention, had he not exclaimed, "What's that? That is different. That is real. How has it got into the dream?" The long absent note of fear had returned to his voice, and he said, "I'm caught. We all are. How can we be other than deceived? It is we that are mocked, hoodwinked, and made helpless. We stand in great danger, with none to advise us, no power of right judgment, no means of escape, and beyond, the eternal idea, and eternal seeking within it. O cruel, treacherous, and blinding dream!" The words in their simple frame glared out as from another dimension, and drew the great ring of eternity about the small illusions, the childish conveniences, the little scrambles and self-seekings of 20th century London life. They followed Constance and her lodger, indeed not truly one but truly two, to the doors of the theatre. They obliterated the smiling portrait of Miss Sybil Selby as Yvonette, the little Breton bride. They shone fierce and accusative under the arc lights, and passed with them through the violently swinging doors, which seemed themselves infected with some exalted and dramatic emotion. Thus they came at last to the corner opposite the box office, where Vince awaited his friend. He said to her, "Here we are, all ready for a ripping evening, eh? Jolly places. Stalls, 4th row, the nicest bit of the house. See everything you want to see, and nothing that you don't. I hate to notice the wigs and the rouge. Plenty of them outside in the street. Awfully good piece, too. I've seen it 3 times, and by Jove, I don't mind if I see it a dozen more. Nice voice that girl's got, Sybil Selby. Dances well, neat ankles. Come along, it's time we were in our seats." The curtain rose upon The Little Breton Bride, upon a set which ingeniously utilized the quays of Quimper, with their many little bridges, and a strolling crowd of chorus girls in coifs. The orchestra struck up an airy, worldly waltz, and the hero and his party made a realistic entrance in a Daimler 16-horsepower motor, whilst the chorus girls sang an amorous and cheerfully unmeaning intoit appropriate to the business of the night. At once they were in the thick of it, of the swirling, dancing, softly sensuous world. Rhythm and sentiment, cloying melodies and pretty passions were poured out upon the audience, producing in them an agreeable anesthesia of forgetfulness of all they held for real. Soon their dreamy minds were enchained by the deliberate measure of the dance, the monotonous cadence of the songs. They were at the mercy of those whom they had hired to amuse them, the eternal paradox of the arts. Yet the drugs with which the thing was done were very simple, merely coordinated sounds and movements expressing a gay and incoherent love tale in which light affections triumphed and the deeps of life were carefully ignored. At the end of the first act, Andrew, cheered by Miss Tyrrel's evident enjoyment, said to her, "Hope you are liking it. Awfully good of you to come, you know. Just to a thing like this, nothing out of the ordinary. Muriel was afraid you might be bored." Constance looked at him, and at the glittering house with its air of sleek smartness, and then at the box of chocolates in her lap, and her mouth trembled a little. She was, for the moment, in the position of a protected woman, back amongst the foolish comforts and dear easy habits of a class that she had deliberately left. She answered, "It is about 8 years since any man waited on me, considered my pleasure, gave me sweets, so is it likely that I should be bored?" Vince was genuinely shocked and affected. "By Jove," he said, "by Jove, poor girl!" He had not supposed that bookselling entailed such social ostracism as this. Then he thought, with a little comforting spasm of self-sufficiency, "I expect she is jolly particular about whom she does go out with." That explained it. Fatty women always get left in the lurch. The watcher, meanwhile, clamoured for some explanation of the proceedings of the night, the lurid and untruthful simulation of an existence that was itself untrue. The crowd of attentive spectators looking eagerly at a false, distorted picture of their own false, distorted lives. This paradox of the drama was far beyond the understanding of a poor, uneducated spirit for whom even space and time were still foolish and puzzling conventions. "If you really like these curious ways," he said, "to dance and to sing when you wish to express your feelings, and to kiss one another a great deal, after all, this is not much more foolish than the ordinary ugly earthly ways. Why not do it yourselves instead of watching other people pretend? If this be your standard of beauty, do you not waste time in merely watching? Should you not participate while you can? Rush together, embrace, be ecstatic. Why delegate these picturesque emotions to a race of slaves? Life has strange rules, but this is the strangest, that you should be impelled to enjoy watching in imitation, in a corner, when you might go out and live the real before you die." At the end of the second act, the high-born hero had lifted his peasant bride into his motor car, and held her with one hand against his breast, whilst the other feebly grasped the steering wheel. He leaned over her with a realistic gesture of protection, singing, "Dear little bride, through the world wide I'll carry my dove in her nest. They may offer us gold or riches untold, but we know that true love is the best." The chorus girls tossed confetti in the air until Miss Sybil Selby, resplendent in lace coif and brocaded apron, seemed another Danae beneath its significant showers, and the curtain fell as the car moved slowly away to the plaintive and haunting music of violins. Then Andrew turned and saw with astonishment a woman whom he had never known before, a being with softened eyes, absurdly entranced. The magnetism of the play had affected Constance. Her strained vision followed the ridiculous lovers, her strained ear extracted from the sentimental music the regretful cry of all that she had missed in life. There was a lump in her throat. It was as if some magic power had been mingled with the confetti, pollen from the divine flower which grows upon the walls of Might Have Been. She was invaded by a gentle, sensuous melancholy, by an absurd longing to be kissed. The disdain of reality, the rhythm of the dancers, the mildly voluptuous music, came like an overpowering perfume to enchain her mind, so that the crude emotion of the lovers, the simple insistence on happiness, on the joy and paramount importance of the mating instinct, stung to life something that had long slept. All about them triumphant sentimentalism was having its way. People leaned forward with shining eyes and slightly foolish smiles. The few detached persons who were amongst the audience enjoyed the ironic spectacle of a house full of prosperous, civilized, and artificial beings, tightly strapped every one of them within the uniform of society, each hair assigned to its place by inexorable law, responding in spite of themselves to an irrational and primitive appeal. In every part of the theatre, woman, at the moment, looked at man. "How odd," said the watcher. "In order to make people natural, you are obliged to resort to artifice. So that is why you make a dream about the dream." But Constance took no notice. The burden of reality had been shifted. She was swept away into a joyous, absurd, bespangled country, where her starved heart was fed upon emotional meringues and her aching senses were lulled and warmed. She sat thus for a moment or two, holding tight this lovely selfless sense of wonder, of vivid and exalted life. Then Andrew rose and put her cloak about her shoulders, and she realized with a stab of sorrow that her evening was at an end. In him also the feast of sensuous melody and mild emotion had woke a certain wistfulness. As they came into the foyer and stood a few moments to let the crowd pass by, he said anxiously, "It has been rather jolly, hasn't it? Do it again, eh?" Constance looked at him, but did not speak. He continued, in an abrupt burst of confidence, "We are both a bit out of it, you know, in some ways, so it's natural enough we should be friends." She exclaimed, "You shouldn't feel out of it. You are not alone in the world as I am. You have so many things to care for in your life." She spoke impulsively, and was astonished at herself, but his answer astonished her more. He said, "Yes, in a way, I know I seem to have, but then, you see, the things aren't really mine. I can't catch on, don't fit. I'm rather like that Johnny in the Arabian Nights who went out to dinner and kept on seeing imaginary food he couldn't eat. Nicely dished up, one admires it, but one's hungry all the same. There's Muriel, she's adorable, and she's my wife, of course, but her life's stuffed full of other things. Very natural, she's clever, and I'm not. But she's fenced round by 'em. I can't get near." "She's so young," said Constance gently, "and so pretty and enjoying it so much. It must be rather nice to watch her being happy. And after all she is yours." "Oh, it's not that. I don't mind her having a good time, lots of friends running about and so on. I'm not that sort of beast, harem type. Girls must play round, don't you know? One likes it. They all do it, not peculiar in any way, so where's the harm? Very different from what it was in my poor old father's time. But these women, they've got her into a shell of fads one can't get past, and there she is all the time, attractive as ever, and just out of reach. It's a bit maddening." His voice had the growl in it now, and he spoke as if to himself, deliberately and without self-consciousness. There was no knowledge between them of the outrageous quality of their conversation. It had grown, as it were, out of the events of the night. His speech did not strike her as a complaint, a sin against the code of married men. It seemed rather an explanation which he was making to himself. She saw something, the essential man in him, the creature of ideals, struggling like a dumb animal against the circumstances of his life. The sight moved her to an almost maternal pity, so that she felt with him as well as for him when he said, "One's growing older all the while too, losing chances, getting fixed, and the whole thing is dreary and jangled up. There she is, as I say, pretty, fetching. People envy one. But we live in watertight compartments in our house. My fault. It's a silly mistake. Wish now I'd pushed things a bit at the start. Then there's the boy, bound to keep an eye on him, protect him a bit from the woman. And she doesn't like it, of course. So he's between us as well as the culture and things. That's the damnation of children. Responsible for 'em. Must do it. You wait till you have one." Constance blushed furiously, and Andrew, instantly contrite, apologized for the violence of his language, and returned to his normal state of clumsy shyness. She said, "Oh, don't be unhappy. Just be fond of them both. You might enjoy it all so very much." He replied, "I am awfully fond, really. If I wasn't, don't you know, I shouldn't care. Fact is, I'm a bit lonely. It's just that. On my soul, I believe it always is that at the bottom. When we feel lonely, we're miserable, and when we don't feel lonely, we're not. Other things don't matter except when they make us notice that we're alone." Constance looked at him with moist eyes and answered, "Yes, I believe it is just that." He would have driven her home, but she, with the prudence of intrepid and experienced people, refused it. Her landlady was a Puritan who slept in the basement and was easily disturbed. As they said good night, he asked anxiously, "We're chums now, aren't we?" She counter-questioned with, "What do you want?" "Oh, just to come in and out," he said, with eagerness. "Talk a bit, swap ideas." To be consigned, though it was of her own choice, to a green and yellow omnibus full of brisk and dingy people from the pit, to end the evening by a solitary return to her lodgings where lights would be out and she must fumble for the chain of the front door, all this gave to Constance a foolish but poignant sense of isolation, of having missed fire in life. She saw from the window of the omnibus bare-headed women in exquisite cloaks leaning upon the arms of men who protected them and walking delicately beneath the great arcs of lights. There was something intimate in the relation of each couple. They carried with them a suggestion of romance. She was shut out from that aspect of existence, could only watch it with her own uncanny experience hugged tightly in her breast. At this moment she wanted it very badly, the prettiness, the protection, all the airy, fluffy way of taking things. The omnibus brought her to the tube station, and she sank into the burrow again, continuing automatically the cheap and undistinguished scurry to her cheap and undistinguished lair. But within the lift the real and dreadful words in their little frame awaited her. "Be not deceived." The hard inexorable quality of that eternity which is behind these illusory miseries and excitements struck her like a blow. She thought bitterly of Andrew's simple statement, "One is growing older all the while." She ran forward along the years and came upon the final necessity of his death. Then she knew that even whilst she knelt at Muriel's shrine she needed Andrew, and she hated that knowledge. Somewhere, somehow, even this she supposed had beauty and significance. But she was blinded, altogether overcome by her lassitude, by the reaction from the short and feverish evening. She, the brave lover of life, whispered with inward tears, "I don't think I want to live any more." Then something within her exclaimed, "Ah, do not be grieved. I cannot bear it. It is horrible. I think it gives me pain. Surely it were better to die than to be hurt by these little foolish things." Instantly and absurdly the social instinct, the craving for sympathy, awoke. Constance turned on her inner companion and said, "I'm alone, so dreadfully alone. I can't endure it." It was an astonished voice which answered, "Alone? Is that what matters? Must you always for your comfort be linked up with other creatures? And is that why I do not understand?" She was intent on her own wretchedness, and did not reply, until presently, to her amazement, he said gently, "Am I no use to you? Can I not help?" Then she was conscious of a tiny inward revolution, and with it of the birth of some new thing. He said, "I do not want you to be lonely. Ah, be happy again with the beautiful colours and shapes. Are these not sufficient for your joy? A strange pain has come between us. It pushes. Because of it, I want to help you if I can. Do not suffer. It is so horrible that you should have pain." She asked him with eagerness, "Do you really care?" He answered, "Yes. I don't know why, but somehow I am sorry for your sadness. It hurts me, and I want you to be glad." And then, as in the glorious moment when he saw the shining tree, he added, "I think that I begin to understand." Grateful for this strange and unexpected sympathy, companioned by it, she came home, crept up the dingy staircase to her room. She took off the evening dress slowly and wearily. Already the black crêpe de chine looked crushed and sad. The blind was up, the window opened wide for coolness' sake. As she raised her eyes from a careful folding of the satin skirt, which might have to do duty many other times, she saw far up the mighty and eternal stars that peered through the summer haze. Again she had the sensation of a white and changeless ring set about her. Again she remembered the hateful incisive words that were set on the wall of the lift. Then both were obliterated by Andrew's figure, solid and imperturbable, fixed upon the margin of her life. The watcher had exclaimed in his bitterness, "It is we that are mocked, hoodwinked, and made helpless." But now there was a grieving and strangely humanized voice which murmured, "I am sorry for the sorrow of my friend." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. The Road to Penrith and Other Places. Nature is never spent. There lives the dearest freshness deep down things, and though the last lights from the black west went, O morning at the brown brink eastward springs. Gerard Manley Hopkins. As she fled through the coloured counties under the steady radiance of an August sun, Constance had within her the astonished and friendly voice of the watcher, saying, "See how the splendid trees stand up in the field! Ah, look at the curves, the lines, the incredible shapes! Open your eyes! Look, look! Do not let so much of the beauty escape you. Your poor vague senses are letting it slip by. It is far too wonderful for that. Seize it! Feed on it! Use the best of your body whilst you can." She let him have his way with her, for she was bewildered and tired, and he, since his sudden awakening to the wonderful experience of pity, had cast off something of the arrogant inquisitiveness which had led him to drive her senses so remorselessly and exclusively in the interests of his own investigations. Now he offered her a share in his adventures. There had been a reversal of their positions, so that she was mainly conscious of looking through his nature at the world, and not as before of lending her eyes and her brain to his purposes. Her summer holiday had come, and she was out with a sense of wild freedom that hardly felt the body's weight, scurrying through an incredible world. With a release from the monotony of work, there had come also a release from the craving for humanity. She threw it behind her, Andrew and Muriel, Helen Reed, who had lately made advances toward intimacy, and all the anodynes which she had clutched in her loneliness to lull the appetite for natural joy. She was eager to take up the heritage of sun and air, nestled in a corner of the third-class carriage, and let the pageant of England slip by her. As for the watcher, he saw for the first time with human eyes the most divine treasure of humanity, an earth not wholly smeared with toil, a fresh and flowery country of waving grasses set with solemn elms, of ripening harvest, rose-set hedges, and cropped downs. He and his friend, cuddled together, looked joyously and dreamily into the sacred heart of living things. The black blur of Leeds, that takes from its neighbouring fields the very colour of hope, the entangled world of the West Riding, where Hellmouth seems to have broken out in a singularly inappropriate place, these moved them only to a gentle interest. He was invaded by a new spirit of tolerance, and she, very tired, felt something of that agreeable light-headedness which comes with a certain quality of fatigue. In the early afternoon they came to the frontiers of the north, the austere and stony country of Ribblesdale. The sun lingered south of them in the more fertile and responsive Midlands, and here there was a little cloud spread very thinly over the sky. In that cold strong light the rocks cropping here and there from the tight earth looked blue, pale, and curious. They forced themselves up from the grass with a menacing air which reminded man's body of its softness and instability. They seemed to be saying, "Verily we are the people. remembering that when it came to the battle of the dust, Saint Stephen was crushed back to primal earth, but the stones of martyrdom remained. Vera, head out of the window, said, "I think those rocks are ghosts which growl at me." The watcher whispered, "They are your mother and your father. From that womb you came out, and to that womb you will return, for dust is the foundation of the dream." The scamper of the train brought them through the land of stone and into the country of the pine woods, and Constance, looking with her friend at the shapes of dark trees against a brightening sky, found them charged with a terrible significance. They seemed the proper guardians of some immemorial secret, of an ancient land, a land of earth sorcery which the scumbling brush of man had hardly touched. Already London was far distant, already sanity, clear visions, and the healthy exultation of the hills began. She looked forward with great eagerness, having now obtained that sense of a door eternally ajar, which prepares the soul for romance, mystery, and all unreasonable truth. When at last the train stopped at their small and wind-swept station, she leapt out with a clear apprehension that some mighty and definitive destination had been reached. The place to which they had been brought was perched at the very margin of the fells. Those nude angels of the north dominated the little village, faint and wonderful shapes, lifted up from the business of earth, and running day by day the whole gamut of prophetic emotions, from the regal gloom of Lamentations to the radiant expectation of Isaiah. Driven perhaps to opposition by their splendours, the sowing and reaping world which crept to their feet had a sharpness of detail that had put the most meticulous pre-Raphaelite to shame. The middle distance stood as distinct as some print by Dürer, with black woods and the stripe and check of fields and hedges. Each tree in the setting sun was a sharp, dark, insistent shape, one out of many scattered sentinels that seemed to guard the transfigured fells from the profane investigation of field-glass, camera, and exploring feet. Constance, her luggage safely bestowed and early supper ordered, walked along the high road which ran with prosaic straightness to Penrith, and saw this mighty panorama unrolled in its infinite detail. A weary London woman, tossed suddenly into this, may well feel a certain flutter of the heart, confronted by the stupendous sacrament of natural beauty, that spotless and ineffable host which earth, the Virgin Mother, eternally brings forth and offers, an oblation on the altar of life. An ecstasy that was not wholly joy invaded her spirit. Something she knew was being offered, something which her hard and work-worn hands could scarcely grasp. The watcher was hushed, and asked no questions, for curiosity cannot survive in the presence of awe. There was a hayrick in the neighbouring field, its patient shape responsive to the play of slanting light. In the hedge by which they walked, the sharp and eager fingers of a hawthorn were stretched out against the greenish sky. Its clean, crisp edges were instinct with vitality, and with beauty which is the spiritual aspect of intense life. These leaves, and behind them the teeming earth with all its children, cried out for recognition to this sister of theirs, this impassioned amateur of experience. Constance was glad with a vicarious vanity to think her mother so beautiful, proud that she, who was of the family, might show to her visitor one of the lovelier moments of the dear earth. As she lingered, the sun first left the valley, then crept from the summit of the hills. At once the angels wrapped their blue veils around them, being dazzled by the radiant sky, where the game of green and rose colour had already begun. Then the changeful play of the celestial opal, immortally bright, was offered for a moment, as if to exhibit the true and natural darkness of the earth, gazing at the magic funeral of the sun, and caring little where she stepped. Constance's foot
came sharply on some soft, uneven thing that gave beneath it. She moved quickly, and Vera, forced by the gathering dusk to abandon the quest for wild raspberries, pounced and held up a few pitiful feathers kept together by that which had once been the wonder of flesh. "Look," she said, "what fun! A dead bird! You trod on it." Constance looked, and felt bitterly grieved, ashamed, sickened by her own action. Absorbed in a selfish feeding upon beauty, she had insulted that poor little memorial of a radiant life. Out of its corruption it rebuked her. She turned from the sunset and the imperial hills that were putting on the purple mantle in which they greet the night. Clouds were coming to them now, tall violet-grey battalions leaning towards their goal and observing a steady and unhurried march from the southwest. They came and rested on the summit of the fell, sank into the valleys, and cast fleecy folds about the pikes. Behind them the purple angels muttered angrily. They were preparing to pour forth cleansing waters on an unwilling world. She walked back to the village, and having her face set towards it, where it spread itself with a northern amplitude and independence about its central green, she saw it in its unity. One or two lights appeared in the windows, creating an instant opposition between the dark and eternal hills and this little transitory superficial patch of human habitation, human dreams. The hills, the darkening fields, were the more alive, the more insistent. They pressed on her attention. The watcher whispered, "How they crowd about one at this hour." She said, "What do you mean?" He answered, "Those who came first." It was she now who said, "I do not understand." He replied, "But surely you know them, surely you are with them. If one must not be alone, and if one must love, it cannot be that you have only the souls still entangled in their bodies from whom to choose your friends." She repeated, "I do not understand." Nevertheless, fear outran comprehension. He went on, "I see them on the hills. How wild they are, and how surprised at life. Their stones are there, the little dusty marks that they erected, and so they cannot get away. Your friends have made no mark, they have not rubbed out the life that came before. It mingles with them yet. Do you mean that they do not know, do not see it, just because the dusty covering is not here?" She asked, "Are you talking of the dead?" She shivered a little, for triumphant vitality hates to meet a ghost. He answered, "Why, yes, the liberated ones. In your busy gobbling up of one another, do you take no notice of the part you cannot slay? Tonight the liberated hosts are in the hills. I see them at strange rites behind the hedges. I hear their patter on the road. Oh, the little antique spirits of slain children, the mothers of the people, the keepers of the herds, they are here. Nothing is changed. You have chased them from the cities, or smothered them. Perhaps it may be that. I am not sure. Because of this they are all the thicker about the immemorial valleys. They come down to drink at the changeless rivers they have always known. Here are battlefields. Here in these wide valleys they surge to and fro and rehearse the great drama of life. Troops of victorious souls that escaped from bleeding bodies, under these hills and deep in the bracken which their hands tore up to staunch the cruel wounds." She answered, "Yes, yes, of course, in a way the past is always with us." "Not past," he said. "The dead have no past. They live in the eternal now. It is progress. They are nearer to the real. These I knew first, before I had eyes to see the poor souls still imprisoned in their dust. They have gone on. They are the leaders of your army. Surely you acknowledge their presence? Surely you owe them your homage and your help." She was hastening towards the friendly houses now, for the twilight deepened and the conversation was little to her taste. They came past the low wall of the churchyard. A slab of new white marble peeped over the coping stone. She did not like it. It seemed a pale hand stretched out from the other side. But he would not let her by. He broke his exhortation and asked her, "What is that?" She said, "It is the graveyard, I suppose." He asked again, "Is that where the worn-out bodies are put away?" Then it occurred to her that the watcher had never seen a place of burial before, for London, the polite centre of a secular civilization, is remarkable for its tactful concealment of the dead. The mind that is bred in the hills knows no such artifice. It is of the opinion of the Silurist that it were ill to be unkind to a Jonathan, though in dust, and therefore holds fast to this, the most intimate and pathetic keepsake of its emigrated friends. This church and its quiet company stood, as is their usual, at the entrance to the village, a gentle, uninsistent link between two worlds. With another step or two they were at the lych gate, and saw the dim path which approached a plain doorway, then branched and skirted the wall of the nave. There had been here no artificial levelling of earth. From its small eminences and dimpling hollows the plain old gravestones peered with a gracious and natural effect, as if they were indeed at one with the land. Beyond the church this land rose suddenly in a slope of rough grass unbroken as yet by the making of little homes. Clearly an upland field had lately been added to the graveyard in the interests of a generation yet to come. At its highest point a monolith shot up against the skyline, a strange great formless thing, growing as it were from the ground, and bearing no resemblance to the civil futilities of the monumental mason and his art. Night was upon them, and already the grass was grey, the little village church vague in the dusk. Earth now seemed built of some primal stuff that existed in chaos before there was light. Constance, unnerved by the evening's conversation, would have hastened to sanctuary, but she felt the spur of her guest, who could not leave so great a matter unexplored. He quelled her natural desire for the neighbourhood of houses and living things, and under his direction she scrambled and slipped in the twilight up the steep, dry, grassy slope. Coming to its summit, she saw a wider sky, where brightness lingered on the horizon line. Beneath it she divined the folded hills, knew that the deeper blackness hid the woods. She peered at the battered sandstone pillar which had beckoned her to this solitary place, and saw that it was an armless cross, once covered, no doubt, with the plated patterns and lost symbols of the Celtic church, now only retaining upon its roughened surface a memory of the artifice of man. It stood upon a new pedestal, and in the step of the pedestal there was an inscription cut. Although now the light was very nearly gone, she stooped and with eye and finger traced the words. This runic cross, work of the first Christians of our land, was discovered in the foundations of the church. It is now again set up by the village which it once protected, as a memorial of the nameless dead. The watcher remarked, "I knew that you were mistaken. You see, they are remembered after all, or given a gathering place." The night breeze had sprung up, and blew from the hills upon the churchyard. It seemed to Constance's fancy that the wind was full of life, antique, barbaric life, the life of those old Christians of the hills, that they were coming to a trysting place, and that the watcher already discerned them. There were more words upon the pedestal, and though her instinct was all for the village and humanity, she made haste to decipher them that she might the sooner be gone. They seemed lacking in flavour after that which went before, and she deplored the uncertainty of clerical taste, even when it is combined with a passion for archaeology. "By thy precious death and burial, good Lord, deliver us." It was only a fragment from the litany. She could not be impressed, but the watcher's comment on those words struck her as peculiar. He said, "So the idea did once break through, and yet you do not understand." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10. How those who lose themselves often find something more valuable. That light did lead me on, more surely than the shining of noontide, where well I knew that one did for my coming bide, where he abode might none but he abide. St. John of the Cross, the dark night of the soul. Nothing would do but they must go, all three of them, into the heart of the fells, and qualify the distant glamour of the familiar touch. The village produced a rough cart, and a short thick pony of the kind that embarks willingly upon cross-country exploration, and they were off, in the vivid afternoon, through the tangle of dark woods and bright cornfields which lay between them and the road that runs along the hills. There was a little stirring breeze, and the pale green barley danced in the wind with a delicate airy ecstasy as they passed, so that the watcher in his nest reached out to this new loveliness with a gesture that was almost adoration. The oats, faintly blue with aquamarines, seemed of a more sober habit. They made minuet steps with tiny tossings of the head. The deeper blue of the turnip fields brought inappropriate hints of the wild ocean to the least idyllic processes of agriculture. Behind, the stately hills marched with them, on one hand the sharp lake mountains, on the other the fells. Presently they plunged to the lowest point of the valley, a little breathless, I think, because of their apprehension of the beauty that they might find. For this was a wonderful day, on which anything might happen, and the least credible of discoveries might be made. They swung through space on a jewelled planet, and it was for them that the caskets were flung open and the secret gems disclosed. They crossed the beck, where it ran through deep hayfields to the river beyond, a little eager splashing thing that called all other children to join in its play. There was a heavenly inflorescence at its margin, all made up of those very simple plants which are too dignified and too beautiful to compel the casual eye. It was the watcher who called his friend's attention to the dear golden fluff of yellow bedstraw, and to the woundwort and betony standing up like purple spears in the soft grass. Then, because her eyes were directed to that marvellous and incomparable population, she saw with his delight to help her vision the dyer's greenwood, disowned Plantagenet, and the towering wild angelica, whose mighty branches hint of old forests made of flowering things. And since respectability is no more the norm of hedges than of human life, she saw also the ivory crown of the meadowsweet, that fascinating child of joy whose daintiness, in the eyes of the marigolds, is very certainly the measure of her sin. There they were, in their essential reality, their unsullied radiance, matter for the exploration of many aeons, tossed into the pageant of one sunny afternoon. Because he was unaffected by man's arrogant standard of size, the watcher was at once satisfied and subjugated by this luxuriant outpouring of beauty. It woke the slumbering virtue of humility, and washed his eyes so that he caught, as it were, a sidelong glimpse of God. It was a definitive hour for both of them, this first sight of the flowered meadows of the north. There life clothes herself in haste, and rushes out to meet the sun in her short moment of fertility. And hence the significant personalities of the plants assert themselves as nowhere else in the full splendour of their triumphant individuality. They blaze forth and hit the heart which opens itself to receive that holy wound. They climbed from the valley to dusty roads that ran between stone walls. There they saw the Lady of the Hills, the great wild cranesbill, lifting her blue paten to the sky. Constance began to wonder why she had so long neglected the easy and perfect friendship of the flowers. It raised the heart to some lucent and gentle plane of being, beyond the fevers and anxieties of human intercourse. So dreaming, she allowed the pony to ramble it loose, rein among the tangled roads,
Life seemed divine. The future mattered little. She was invaded by the consciousness of heavenly peace. Vera had left the cart to make dashes into hedge, ditch, and bypath, clutching vainly at scuttling beetles and nimble flies. She was at her best under these circumstances of action. There the animal aspect seemed in place, and nature justified the coarse and tireless frame. They came presently to a gap in the stone wall, and a wheel track that went, as it seemed, directly to the fells. Constance, who had the Londoner's shadowy belief that all roads lead, somehow, to the right way, divined in this byway the short cut which her landlord had described to her as going back toward the village by way of the hills. She turned the cart into the short rough grass, and they trundled slowly in and out of ruts, and through gates, and by deep dark bracken that stretched clawing fingers up the side of the sage-coloured hill. Soon they were a long way from all roads and other memories of civilization, being, indeed, upon an outpost of the fells. The sun sloped, twilight began to come, but there was no hint in their vague and wandering path of a return to human habitations. The pony lost his eager and exploratory manner. He lingered and stopped doubtfully. The sun went, and a chill came to the air. Then Vera, a little way ahead, stopped to cry, "Tanta, make the pony come quicker. He's going dreadful slow. It's dark and nasty, and I want my tea." Constance answered, "I'm afraid he is getting tired and wants a rest." Vera said with petulance, "Horrid little horse! He shan't be tired. He's ours. He got to go. I want my tea." Then Constance, dragged back to the unlovely cares of common sense, halted, looked round, and noticed for the first time their solitary position, the woman and child and the weary little animal, with the great and pathless earth stretching from them on every side, rough, billowy, and very desolate. She forgot that they had come but a few miles from the road. She had no knowledge of the quarter in which the destination lay. She did not mind, for they had achieved the object of their expedition, hidden in the hills. Already ancient mysteries peeped from the stunted bushes, whispering fragments of the primeval ritual of the wild. Anything might stir and rise suddenly in the break, for if conscious life were concealed there, it was a life, she felt sure, far removed from the human plane. The watcher said, "It is well to be here. One discerns again the music of the stars." Her peaceful heart repeated, "It is well." She was brought to a new place, immersed in a new experience, and that contented her. But Vera was not content. She flung herself into the cart, crying querulously, "Do let us go home. I'm tired. I want my tea. I think it is a very nasty drive." Then Constance suggested to the pony that his respite was at an end, but the encouraging rein and very gentle lash had no effect on his tired limbs and stubborn mind. He hung his head and planted his feet more firmly on the ground. She said, "I'm afraid we must let him rest a little more." Vera stamped her foot and cried, "I won't! I shan't! I hate him! I want to go home to my tea." She dashed from the cart and into the bracken, snatched a loose stick which lay there, and hit the wearied pony with all her angry strength across its ears. It leapt forward, and Vera jumped into the rocking cart, crying gaily, "There! He only wanted hitting. I knew I'd make him go." The pony went indeed, a poor, bothered, fevered thing, blindly and without sense of direction. It ran with a sort of convulsive strength, with miserable shudderings and settings back of ears. So they were flung into hollows and up little hills, jerked this way and that. Constance had the reins, but her strength was no match for a frightened moorland pony who sensed the neighbourhood of the fell. She put her arm firmly about Vera and resigned herself to the event. During a period that seemed infinite, the cart raced through the twilight, tilting, leaping, twisting, but by some miracle never overturned. They fled past a swift dissolving vista of immense grey fields, looming trees and shadowy corners, and past a sudden black pine wood, a thing of terror in the dusk. Far off they saw white roads that rushed from an invisible highway into the heart of a dim, failed land. Far up they saw the fell, but they were caught in the debatable land between the two, and in this situation there seemed for them no hope. Then one of the great limestone boulders that push out from the earth on the lower slope stood suddenly in their path, and the dazed and worried pony could not elude it. Almost before the peril reached their minds, one wheel met the obstacle with a crash. The cart tried to mount it, failed, tottered, and was overturned. Constance and the child half leapt, half tumbled from the low seat to the ground. There they lay, huddled in a bewilderment that excluded the more natural sensations of despair. Amidst a litter of broken shafts, a wheel torn from its axle, and a pony which was kicking its way to freedom as quickly as it might. Constance rose, shook herself, and examined Vera. Routine took charge of her, and she acted without thought, and therefore with decision. The child was sobbing with fear, anger, and fatigue, but she was unhurt. Constance, suddenly alert to the realities of the situation, said to her, "Stop crying, get up quickly. It's nearly dark, and we have got to find our way home." She went to the crestfallen and panting pony, extricated his limbs from the entangled harness, took a handful of bracken, and rubbed him down. She said to Vera, "I'm going to put you on the pony. Don't be frightened, hold tight, and let him go the pace he likes. You will have a lovely ride, just like a grown-up lady, and we shall soon find a cottage to get tea." She dared not to ask herself yet in which direction she should go to find it, or what were her chances of success, for their course had been a twisted one, with doubling to and fro and the tracing of wild circles, and she had no knowledge of the sky to help her. At this instant the voice of the watcher said urgently, "The light! We must go to the light." Then she looked up and saw with deep thankfulness a little sharp star that had flashed into being and shone low down in the hills. Unquestionably it called to them, offering at least a certainty of human life. It was no great matter to quiet the pony, and place Vera upon his back. She did it, and set out to wander up the pathless fell without any sensation of anxiety. She was still sustained by the mystic's delightful conviction that nothing really matters in the least. "What funny little things happen to us," said the watcher, "and what infinite shades of experience you have packed within the limits of this dream. I like these dark and lonely places where the foolish, bustling people never come." She might have agreed with him, for indeed the wild and darkling earth about them cried messages of wonder to the eager mind. But the vague and crescent miseries of a cross-country walk, unwillingly undertaken in the dusk, quelled her thirst for adventure. She was hardly in training, and sooner than she had thought it possible she grew breathless. Breathlessness brought in its train indifference, fatigue, at last exasperation. The approach to the light was very long. As they went, it seemed to retreat from them into the bosom of the hills. It led them upwards with many miserable slippings and scramblings on the dried heather, sudden sinkings into bracken, and clambering up harsh and disconcerting stones to a saucer-like valley scooped out from a spur of the fell. There its presence seemed to create a greater darkness, a terrible and mysterious gloom. There were two little hillocks at the entrance, guarding perhaps the citadel of some primeval and inhuman life. The watcher whispered, press on, we are drawing very near." He was like a hound upon the scent, eager, excited, but she could not respond. She stood dissociated from him at this moment, and felt the lonelier for his evident air of being at home. She was invaded, too, by a panic terror, for there was nothing in her past experience which could help her in dealing with the circumstances of this hour. A hare sat sentinel on one of the little hillocks. It moved as they came up to it, and Vera screamed. That scream made their condition seem unsafe, but they plodded on. When they were come a little farther, they saw beyond the saucer-like valley a narrower crevice in the hill, and within it the dark shape of a building, and the slit of radiant window which had been their guiding light. It was the child, sharp-eyed, who exclaimed with a sob of rage and hunger, "Oh, Tante, how perfectly hateful! It's only a church after all." Constance, then, was aware of a certain sinking of the heart, and a sense of helplessness, a distrust of her situation which the unpeopled hills had been powerless to induce. The fears of the traveller faded before the fears of the lost. Man had been there and left his mark, and was a hieroglyphic that she had no skill to read. But the watcher still cried, "Go to the light, it is real, it calls us. You cannot, you must not retreat." That drove her on, and she led the pony up the last slopes of heather to the little limestone chapel which stood solitary on its knoll. There was a sudden uprising of shadowy grey forms from under the wall as they came to it, and a hoarse cry and a scuttering in the dusk which jarred her weary nerves, and brought strange choking sensations to her throat. Then the frightened sheep ran toward the hills, and they were again alone. The door of the place was shut, and through the keyhole that mysterious light looked out on them. She was past further adventure, and when her first casual exploration failed to discover the latch of the door, she abandoned it. The watcher murmured, "This is a place of safety, all is well." But her heart did not echo his words. Because there seemed nothing else to do, she lifted Vera from the depressed and weary pony. It rambled a yard or so away, stopped and began to crop at the short grass. Presently it turned the corner of the church and disappeared. A man came out from the lean-to cottage which was concealed at the little church's eastern end. When he saw the bridled pony, he was surprised. He went quickly towards the entrance, with such rising feelings of anger and distress as might possess a lover whose secret lair was suddenly unmasked. When he was come round the northwest angle, he saw a figure that sat upon the threshold of the chapel and leaned against the door. He perceived it to be the form of a very weary woman, and a remark about damned tourists died stillborn. Instead, he approached and said to her very gently, "That is Lancelot's attitude, but won't you come inside?" The watcher took Constance's lips for his own purposes and whispered, "Yes." Vera exclaimed with petulant relief, "Oh, here's a man! How lovely! Tante, do ask him if we can't come in and have some tea." The man said, "Poor child, of course you shall be fed." And then he put his hand to an inconspicuous boss, pressed it, and opened the church door. He held it and allowed Constance to pass him, followed her and knelt upon the ground, an act which at once made Miss Tyrrel feel awkward and obtrusive. But before she had time to digest these unpleasant emotions, an amazing thing happened. A force stronger than herself brought her too to her knees, and to an act of profound though involuntary adoration. She knew not what she worshipped, but knew that worship she must. The hushed voice of the watcher whispered within her, "It is the idea." She could not rise, she forgot to be self-conscious. She knew only that her weariness was strangely healed. When she had knelt with bowed head for a few moments, feeling the unseen waves beating upon her brow, she looked up and saw that she was in a plain and oblong chamber, built of rough stones and floored with beaten earth. There were in it no pews, no place for priest and choir, none of the customary conveniences of piety. Hence the attention, undistracted, ran straight to the essential point, to the one object which lifted the sanctuary from a squalid desolation to an ordered austerity. There was at the eastern end a little table, and on it a red brocaded cloth, heavy like a pole and touching the ground. This table bore no crucifix, no flowers, no candles, so that Constance said to herself, "If this place is Church of England, it must be very low." But on the simple altar there was a curious metal case, a silver inlaid with plated patterns, angels, and mysterious animals, whose wings were made of enamels, gems, and gold. The doors of it stood open, so that one looked within as into a little shrine. Inside there was a rough glass cup without a base, and with one clumsy handle. A kitchen teacup might have provided its model, but not the strange sheen of purple, black, and gold which ran through the glass. With sudden and inappropriate memories of South Kensington, she said to herself, "Phoenician, I am sure of it. But what is it doing here?" Then she perceived that this antique vessel was the thing to which she knelt, the link with eternity which her lodger adored. Even whilst she fought its influence and speculated upon its meaning, it cast its spells upon her soul. There was nothing else within the chapel, unless it were the lighted wick in its clay saucer which had guided them to this place. Centuries slid from her, and she found herself united to the primitive worship of the hills. Outside in the dusk, those hills and their inhabitants were gathering, brooding above the chapel, as if they would guard its enigmatic treasure from the peering vision of the modern world. Within, she, a daughter of that world, little suited to such company and such rites, knelt with a man and a spirit who had been caught into some ecstatic and unheard of communion by a symbol which only invoked in her the vague sensations of wonder, of desire, and of unrest. She glanced at the man. He still knelt at her side, and had clearly forgotten that she was there, a circumstance which contradicted all that she knew of human life. He gazed at the glass cup with an ardent love, which was without a taint of fatuousness. His glance pierced through it to something beyond, clearly seen and intimately known. He was young, spare, vivid, superbly alive. There was a sudden shriek from the doorway behind them, and Vera cried in panic, "Oh, get up and speak to me, quick! Tanta, it's lonely, it's queer. There's dreadful bogies in the hills. I hate your nasty prayers. I want my tea." He instantly rose to his feet and said, "Come, we are forgetting. There's the child to be fed." She followed him from the chapel with an unwillingness that she could not understand. When they were in the 2-roomed cottage, and he was cutting bread and setting milk to boil, he said to her, "You are the first that has come." She replied, "We lost our way and wrecked the cart, and then we saw your light upon the hill." He said, "That may have been the manner of it, but it could not be the cause." And because she looked at him strangely, he added, "Surely you know what it is you have seen tonight?" She answered, "No, but I think it was real and mattered very much." "Real?" he said. "I should think so. In the last resort it is our earnest of the only thing that matters, the transcendent link with reality. You, no less than Parsifal, have looked upon the Holy Grail." She gazed at him in amazement, and the feeble voice of common sense muttered that he must certainly be mad, or at least a hysteric of the religious type. He caught her eye, laughed at her, and said, "Oh yes, of course all knowing people would think I was insane, but you cannot, because you knelt down. I didn't do it on purpose. All the better. That counts 1 to us." "To us?" "Yes, to the angels' side," she said tentatively, for of course it might be desirable to humour him. "Oh, but it can't be, you know. At least, not really. It's absurd, incredible, and besides, how could you possibly be sure?" There was an alarming note of obstinacy in his reply. No one can doubt who has experienced the power of great relics, and this is the mightiest relic of them all. And besides, there is tradition, and I am of those who hold that tradition may be misread but cannot lie. Here, you know, in the Westmoreland hills was the last stronghold of the Celtic Church. Here my predecessors in her priesthood lingered with their treasures and their rites, long after Italian bishops came to the north, and the Isle of Saints was saintless, and the great monastic hives had been dispersed. With them was hid, adored, kept safe, the lost key of the Middle Ages, that grail which was sought by all the chivalry of God, sought mystically and also sought actually because of the undying tradition of its loss. But now? "But now," he exclaimed, "it was given to me. Me, the meanest of its lovers, to find, hold, and cherish. Never mind how. Grace did it, and that is enough. Has any man of our generation a dearer destiny, do you think? I am permitted to stand sentinel between it and a world that would not understand. We must keep our realities safe where we are able, from moth and rust, from thieves that break in and steal, worse, from possible museums. There are certain things spread up and down the world, which enshrine the only secret and keep it safe. These are the most sacred of all trusts, and all who have eyes to see them are born to their guardianship. Some are in good hands, others are of such a nature that they cannot be perceived by those who do not love, and therefore they will never be profaned. But some are known only at their own peril. I have brought one such here to hide it. It is safe in the bosom of our hills, in the nest which has hid it so long. He went to a cupboard, brought cups and plates, and gave them warm milk, bread and butter, and oat cake. Miss Tyrrel looked at the little neat commonplace cottage, and then at this eager man with hot blue eyes, who spoke the language of fairyland with fervour and conviction. Side by side with her rebellious reason, the spirit of the watcher looked out on this new slice of experience, and he, she perceived, had left his perennial aspect of astonishment. He seemed as one who, sojourning in barbarous lands where all is bizarre and difficult to accept, suddenly hears the dear accents of home, more, hears someone whose presence in that home had long been desired, long needed, but never attained. They were within the field of some mighty and spiritual magnet whose powers transcended time and space. She had always eluded dogma, with an agility which she doubtless owed to her excellent education. But here, in this crevice of the hills, was something which she could not elude. The watcher cried in ecstasy, "The real, the real!" She raised her head with the gesture of a trapped and frightened thing, and again the man laughed. "Tiresome, is it not?" he said, "but inevitable, I assure you. You had better acquiesce. The finger of God is not to be escaped. It pursues, it caresses, it touches where it will." It was the old and hateful message, God is not mocked. He was not. He had met her in the city, he had chased her to the hills, he waited, inexorable, behind the veil. Here there was a rent in that veil, and through it a hand was stretched forth, which offered her a gift. She was too far away to see the wound upon that generous hand, and as for the gift, a woman of her superior intelligence could only look upon it as the fruit of a fantastic, even perverse imagination. It was merely a cup of rough glass, curiously iridescent and stained with the colours of an imperial grief. End of chapter 10. Chapter 10 of The Column of Dust by Evelyn Underhill. How those who lose themselves often find something more valuable. That light did lead me on, more surely than the shining of noontide, where well I knew that one did for my coming bide, where he abode might none but he abide. St. John of the Cross, the dark night of the soul. Nothing would do but they must go, all three of them, into the heart of the fells, and qualify the distant glamour of the familiar touch. The village produced a rough cart, and a short thick pony of the kind that embarks willingly upon cross-country exploration, and they were off, in the vivid afternoon, through the tangle of dark woods and bright cornfields which lay between them and the road that runs along the hills. There was a little stirring breeze, and the pale green barley danced in the wind with a delicate airy ecstasy as they passed, so that the watcher, in his nest, reached out to this new loveliness with a gesture that was almost adoration. The oats, faintly blue with aquamarines, seemed of a more sober habit. They made minuet steps, with tiny tossings of the head. The deeper blue of the turnip fields brought inappropriate hints of the wild ocean to the least idyllic processes of agriculture. Behind, the stately hills marched with them, on one hand the sharp lake mountains, on the other the fells. Presently they plunged to the lowest point of the valley, a little breathless, I think, because of their apprehension of the beauty that they might find. For this was a wonderful day, on which anything might happen, and the least credible of discoveries might be made. They swung through space on a jewelled planet, and it was for them that the caskets were flung open and the secret gems disclosed. They crossed the beck, where it ran through deep hayfields to the river beyond, a little eager splashing thing that called all other children to join in its play. There was a heavenly inflorescence at its margin, all made up of those very simple plants which are too dignified and too beautiful to compel the casual eye. It was the watcher who called his friend's attention to the dear golden fluff of yellow bedstraw, and to the woundwort and betony standing up like purple spears in the soft grass. Then, because her eyes were directed to that marvellous and incomparable population, she saw with his delight to help her vision the dyer's greenwood, disowned Plantagenet, and the towering wild angelica, whose mighty branches hint of old forests made of flowering things. And since respectability is no more the norm of hedges than of human life, she saw also the ivory crown of the meadowsweet, that fascinating child of joy whose daintiness, in the eyes of the marigolds, is very certainly the measure of her sin. There they were, in their essential reality, their unsullied radiance, matter for the exploration of many aeons, tossed into the pageant of one sunny afternoon. Because he was unaffected by man's arrogant standard of size, the watcher was at once satisfied and subjugated by this luxuriant outpouring of beauty. It woke the slumbering virtue of humility, and washed his eyes so that he caught, as it were, a sidelong glimpse of God. It was a definitive hour for both of them, this first sight of the flowered meadows of the north. There life clothes herself in haste, and rushes out to meet the sun in her short moment of fertility. And hence the significant personalities of the plants assert themselves as nowhere else in the full splendour of their triumphant individuality. They blaze forth and hit the heart which opens itself to receive that holy wound. They climbed from the valley to dusty roads that ran between stone walls. There they saw the Lady of the Hills, the great wild cranesbill, lifting her blue paten to the sky. Constance began to wonder why she had so long neglected the easy and perfect friendship of the flowers. It raised the heart to some lucent and gentle plane of being, beyond the fevers and anxieties of human intercourse. So dreaming, she allowed the pony to ramble it loose, rein among the tangled roads. Life seemed divine. The future mattered little. She was invaded by the consciousness of heavenly peace. Vera had left the cart to make dashes into hedge, ditch, and bypath, clutching vainly at scuttling beetles and nimble flies. She was at her best under these circumstances of action. There the animal aspect seemed in place, and nature justified the coarse and tireless frame. They came presently to a gap in the stone wall, and a wheel track that went, as it seemed, directly to the fells. Constance, who had the Londoner's shadowy belief that all roads lead, somehow, to the right way, divined in this byway the short cut which her landlord had described to her as going back toward the village by way of the hills. She turned the cart into the short rough grass, and they trundled slowly in and out of ruts, and through gates, and by deep dark bracken that stretched clawing fingers up the side of the sage-coloured hill. Soon they were a long way from all roads and other memories of civilization, being, indeed, upon an outpost of the fells. The sun sloped, twilight began to come, but there was no hint in their vague and wandering path of a return to human habitations. The pony lost his eager and exploratory manner. He lingered and stopped doubtfully. The sun went, and a chill came to the air. Then Vera, a little way ahead, stopped to cry, "Tanta, make the pony come quicker. He's going dreadful slow. It's dark and nasty, and I want my tea." Constance answered, "I'm afraid he is getting tired and wants a rest." Vera said with petulance, "Horrid little horse! He shan't be tired. He's ours. He got to go. I want my tea." Then Constance, dragged back to the unlovely cares of common sense, halted, looked round, and noticed for the first time their solitary position, the woman and child and the weary little animal, with the great and pathless earth stretching from them on every side, rough, billowy, and very desolate. She forgot that they had come but a few miles from the road. She had no knowledge of the quarter in which the destination lay. She did not mind, for they had achieved the object of their expedition, hidden in the hills. Already ancient mysteries peeped from the stunted bushes, whispering fragments of the primeval ritual of the wild. Anything might stir and rise suddenly in the break, for if conscious life were concealed there, it was a life, she felt sure, far removed from the human plane. The watcher said, "It is well to be here. One discerns again the music of the stars." Her peaceful heart repeated, "It is well." She was brought to a new place, immersed in a new experience, and that contented her. But Vera was not content. She flung herself into the cart, crying querulously, "Do let us go home. I'm tired. I want my tea. I think it is a very nasty drive." Then Constance suggested to the pony that his respite was at an end, but the encouraging rein and very gentle lash had no effect on his tired limbs and stubborn mind. He hung his head and planted his feet more firmly on the ground. She said, "I'm afraid we must let him rest a little more." Vera stamped her foot and cried, "I won't! I shan't! I hate him! I want to go home to my tea." She dashed from the cart and into the bracken, snatched a loose stick which lay there, and hit the wearied pony with all her angry strength across its ears. It leapt forward, and Vera jumped into the rocking cart, crying gaily, "There! He only wanted hitting. I knew I'd make him go." The pony went indeed, a poor, bothered, fevered thing, blindly and without sense of direction. It ran with a sort of convulsive strength, with miserable shudderings and settings back of ears. So they were flung into hollows and up little hills, jerked this way and that. Constance had the reins, but her strength was no match for a frightened moorland pony who sensed the neighbourhood of the fell. She put her arm firmly about Vera and resigned herself to the event. During a period that seemed infinite, the cart raced through the twilight, tilting, leaping, twisting, but by some miracle never overturned. They fled past a swift dissolving vista of immense grey fields, looming trees and shadowy corners, and past a sudden black pine wood, a thing of terror in the dusk. Far off they saw white roads that rushed from an invisible highway into the heart of a dim failed land. Far up they saw the fell, but they were caught in the debatable land between the two, and in this situation there seemed for them no hope. Then one of the great limestone boulders that push out from the earth on the lower slope stood suddenly in their path, and the dazed and worried pony could not elude it. Almost before the peril reached their minds, one wheel met the obstacle with a crash. The cart tried to mount it, failed, tottered, and was overturned. Constance and the child half leapt, half tumbled from the low seat to the ground. There they lay, huddled in a bewilderment that excluded the more natural sensations of despair. Amidst a litter of broken shafts, a wheel torn from its axle, and a pony which was kicking its way to freedom as quickly as it might. Constance rose, shook herself, and examined Vera. Routine took charge of her, and she acted without thought, and therefore with decision. The child was sobbing with fear, anger, and fatigue, but she was unhurt. Constance, suddenly alert to the realities of the situation, said to her, "Stop crying, get up quickly. It's nearly dark, and we have got to find our way home." She went to the crestfallen and panting pony, extricated his limbs from the entangled harness, took a handful of bracken, and rubbed him down. She said to Vera, "I'm going to put you on the pony. Don't be frightened, hold tight, and let him go the pace he likes. You will have a lovely ride, just like a grown-up lady, and we shall soon find a cottage to get tea." She dared not to ask herself yet in which direction she should go to find it, or what were her chances of success, for their course had been a twisted one, with doubling to and fro and the tracing of wild circles, and she had no knowledge of the sky to help her. At this instant the voice of the watcher said urgently, "The light! We must go to the light." Then she looked up and saw with deep thankfulness a little sharp star that had flashed into being and shone low down in the hills. Unquestionably it called to them, offering at least a certainty of human life. It was no great matter to quiet the pony and place Vera upon his back. She did it, and set out to wander up the pathless fell without any sensation of anxiety. She was still sustained by the mystic's delightful conviction that nothing really matters in the least. "What funny little things happen to us," said the watcher, "and what infinite shades of experience you have packed within the limits of this dream. I like these dark and lonely places where the foolish, bustling people never come." She might have agreed with him, for indeed the wild and darkling earth about them cried messages of wonder to the eager mind. But the vague and crescent miseries of a cross-country walk, unwillingly undertaken in the dusk, quelled her thirst for adventure. She was hardly in training, and sooner than she had thought it possible she grew breathless. Breathlessness brought in its train indifference, fatigue, at last exasperation. The approach to the light was very long. As they went it seemed to retreat from them into the bosom of the hills. It led them upwards with many miserable slippings and scramblings on the dried heather, sudden sinkings into bracken, and clambering up harsh and disconcerting stones to a saucer-like valley scooped out from a spur of the fell. There its presence seemed to create a greater darkness, a terrible and mysterious gloom. There were 2 little hillocks at the entrance, guarding perhaps the citadel of some primeval and inhuman life. The watcher whispered, press on, we are drawing very near." He was like a hound upon the scent, eager, excited, but she could not respond. She stood dissociated from him at this moment, and felt the lonelier for his evident air of being at home. She was invaded, too, by a panic terror, for there was nothing in her past experience which could help her in dealing with the circumstances of this hour. A hare sat sentinel on one of the little hillocks. It moved as they came up to it, and Vera screamed. That scream made their condition seem unsafe, but they plodded on. When they were come a little farther, they saw beyond the saucer-like valley a narrower crevice in the hill, and within it the dark shape of a building, and the slit of radiant window which had been their guiding light. It was the child, sharp-eyed, who exclaimed with a sob of rage and hunger, "Oh, Tanta, how perfectly hateful! It's only a church after all." Constance, then, was aware of a certain sinking of the heart, and a sense of helplessness, a distrust of her situation which the unpeopled hills had been powerless to induce. The fears of the traveller faded before the fears of the lost. Man had been there and left his mark, and was a hieroglyphic that she had no skill to read. But the watcher still cried, "Go to the light, it is real, it calls us. You must not retreat." That drove her on, and she led the pony up the last slopes of heather to the little limestone chapel which stood solitary on its knoll. There was a sudden uprising of shadowy grey forms from under the wall as they came to it, and a hoarse cry and a scuttering in the dusk which jarred her weary nerves, and brought strange choking sensations to her throat. Then the frightened sheep ran toward the hills, and they were again alone. The door of the place was shut, and through the keyhole that mysterious light looked out on them. She was past further adventure, and when her first casual exploration failed to discover the latch of the door, she abandoned it. The watcher murmured, "This is a place of safety, all is well." But her heart did not echo his words. Because there seemed nothing else to do, she lifted Vera from the depressed and weary pony. It rambled a yard or so away, stopped and began to crop at the short grass. Presently it turned the corner of the church and disappeared. A man came out from the lean-to cottage which was concealed at the little church's eastern end. When he saw the bridled pony he was surprised. He went quickly towards the entrance, with such rising feelings of anger and distress as might possess a lover whose secret lair was suddenly unmasked. When he was come round the northwest angle, he saw a figure that sat upon the threshold of the chapel and leaned against the door. He perceived it to be the form of a very weary woman, and a remark about damned tourists died stillborn. Instead, he approached and said to her very gently, "That is Lancelot's attitude. But won't you come inside?" The watcher took Constance's lips for his own purposes and whispered, "Yes." Vera exclaimed with petulant relief, "Oh, here's a man! How lovely! Tante, do ask him if we can't come in and have some tea." The man said, "Poor child, of course you shall be fed." And then he put his hand to an inconspicuous boss, pressed it, and opened the church door. He held it and allowed Constance to pass him, followed her and knelt upon the ground, an act which at once made Miss Tyrrel feel awkward and obtrusive. But before she had time to digest these unpleasant emotions, an amazing thing happened. A force stronger than herself brought her too to her knees, and to an act of profound though involuntary adoration. She knew not what she worshipped, but knew that worship she must. The hushed voice of the watcher whispered within her, "It is the idea." She could not rise. She forgot to be self-conscious. She knew only that her weariness was strangely healed. When she had knelt with bowed head for a few moments, feeling the unseen waves beating upon her brow, she looked up and saw that she was in a plain and oblong chamber, built of rough stones and floored with beaten earth. There were in it no pews, no place for priest and choir, none of the customary conveniences of piety. Hence the attention, undistracted, ran straight to the essential point, to the one object which lifted the sanctuary from a squalid desolation to an ordered austerity. There was at the eastern end a little table, and on it a red brocaded cloth, heavy like a pole and touching the ground. This table bore no crucifix, no flowers, no candles, so that Constance said to herself, "If this place is Church of England, it must be very low." But on the simple altar there was a curious metal case, a silver inlaid with plated patterns, angels, and mysterious animals, whose wings were made of enamels, gems, and gold. The doors of it stood open, so that one looked within as into a little shrine. Inside there was a rough glass cup without a base, and with one clumsy handle. A kitchen teacup might have provided its model, but not the strange sheen of purple, black, and gold which ran through the glass. With sudden and inappropriate memories of South Kensington, she said to herself, "Phoenician, I am sure of it. But what is it doing here?" Then she perceived that this antique vessel was the thing to which she knelt, the link with eternity which her lodger adored. Even whilst she fought its influence and speculated upon its meaning, it cast its spells upon her soul. There was nothing else within the chapel, unless it were the lighted wick in its clay saucer which had guided them to this place. Centuries slid from her, and she found herself united to the primitive worship of the hills. Outside in the dusk, those hills and their inhabitants were gathering, brooding above the chapel, as if they would guard its enigmatic treasure from the peering vision of the modern world. Within, she, a daughter of that world, little suited to such company and such rites, knelt with a man and a spirit who had been caught into some ecstatic and unheard of communion by a symbol which only invoked in her the vague sensations of wonder, of desire, and of unrest. She glanced at the man. He still knelt at her side, and had clearly forgotten that she was there, a circumstance which contradicted all that she knew of human life. He gazed at the glass cup with an ardent love, which was without a taint of fatuousness. His glance pierced through it to something beyond, clearly seen and intimately known. He was young, spare, vivid, superbly alive. There was a sudden shriek from the doorway behind them, and Vera cried in panic, "Oh, get up and speak to me, quick! Tanta, it's lonely, it's queer. There's dreadful bogies in the hills. I hate your nasty prayers. I want my tea." He instantly rose to his feet and said, "Come, we are forgetting. There's the child to be fed." She followed him from the chapel with an unwillingness that she could not understand. When they were in the 2-roomed cottage, and he was cutting bread and setting milk to boil, he said to her, "You are the first that has come." She replied, "We lost our way and wrecked the cart, and then we saw your light upon the hill." He said, "That may have been the manner of it, but it could not be the cause." And because she looked at him strangely, he added, "Surely you know what it is you have seen to-night?" She answered, "No, but I think it was real and mattered very much." "Real?" he said. "I should think so. In the last resort it is our earnest of the only thing that matters, the transcendent link with reality. You, no less than Parsifal, have looked upon the Holy Grail." She gazed at him in amazement, and the feeble voice of common sense muttered that he must certainly be mad, or at least a hysteric of the religious type. He caught her eye, laughed at her, and said, "Oh yes, of course all knowing people would think I was insane, but you cannot, because you knelt down. I didn't do it on purpose. All the better. That counts 1 to us." "To us?" "Yes, to the angels' side," she said tentatively, for of course it might be desirable to humour him. "Oh, but it can't be, you know. At least, not really. It's absurd, incredible, and besides, how could you possibly be sure?" There was an alarming note of obstinacy in his reply. No one can doubt who has experienced the power of great relics, and this is the mightiest relic of them all. And besides, there is tradition, and I am of those who hold that tradition may be misread but cannot lie. Here, you know, in the Westmoreland hills was the last stronghold of the Celtic Church. Here my predecessors in her priesthood lingered with their treasures and their rites, long after Italian bishops came to the north, and the Isle of Saints was saintless, and the great monastic hives had been dispersed. With them was hid, adored, kept safe, the lost key of the Middle Ages, that grail which was sought by all the chivalry of God, sought mystically and also sought actually because of the undying tradition of its loss. But now? "But now," he exclaimed, "it was given to me, the meanest of its lovers, to find, hold, and cherish. Never mind how. Grace did it, and that is enough. Has any man of our generation a dearer destiny, do you think? I am permitted to stand sentinel between it and a world that would not understand. We must keep our realities safe where we are able, from moth and rust, from thieves that break in and steal, worse, from possible museums. There are certain things spread up and down the world, you know, which enshrine the only secret and keep it safe. These are the most sacred of all trusts, and all who have eyes to see them are born to their guardianship. Some are in good hands, others are of such a nature that they cannot be perceived by those who do not love, and therefore they will never be profaned. But some are known only at their own peril. I have brought one such here to hide it. It is safe in the bosom of our hills, in the nest which has hid it so long." He went to a cupboard, brought cups and plates, and gave them warm milk, bread and butter, and oat cake. Miss Tyrrel looked at the little neat commonplace cottage, and then at this eager man with hot blue eyes who spoke the language of fairyland with fervour and conviction. Side by side with her rebellious reason the spirit of the watcher looked out on this new slice of experience, and he, she perceived, had left his perennial aspect of astonishment. He seemed as one who, sojourning in barbarous lands where all is bizarre and difficult to accept, suddenly hears the dear accents of home, more, hears someone whose presence in that home had long been desired, long needed, but never attained. They were within the field of some mighty and spiritual magnet whose powers transcended time and space. She had always eluded dogma with an agility which she doubtless owed to her excellent education, but here, in this crevice of the hills, was something which she could not elude. The watcher cried in ecstasy, "The real, the real!" She raised her head with the gesture of a trapped and frightened thing, and again the man laughed. "Tiresome, is it not?" he said, "but inevitable, I assure you. You had better acquiesce. The finger of God is not to be escaped. It pursues, it caresses, it touches where it will." It was the old and hateful message, God is not mocked. He was not. He had met her in the city, he had chased her to the hills, he waited inexorable behind the veil. Here there was a rent in that veil, and through it a hand was stretched forth, which offered her a gift. She was too far away to see the wound upon that generous hand, and as for the gift, a woman of her superior intelligence could only look upon it as the fruit of a fantastic, even perverse imagination. It was merely a cup of rough glass, curiously iridescent and stained with the colours of an imperial grief. End of chapter 10.